Hey there! Tonight you're climbing aboard. Not a luxury cruise, not a pirate ship, just an ordinary 1600 vessel packed with salt-crusted timbers, questionable rations, and smells you'll never forget. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe. But only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who's out there drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights, let the creak of the hull settle in, and let's begin before the tide pulls away from shore. The first thing that hits you isn't the sea, it's the smell. A dense, sour stew of tar, fish, mildew, smoke, and humanity, boiled together under a low grey sky and stirred by the creak of wet rope. That's your welcome. You've just stepped aboard a 17th century sailing vessel. You don't know it yet, but you've arrived in a self-contained world of creaking planks, shouted orders, and endless motion. And unless you've brought your own lemon tree, you're not leaving here healthy. In the 1600s, ships came in many forms: merchantmen, warships, slavers, fishing boats, exploratory vessels. Each had its quirks, but the conditions were universally, well, let's say intimate. Whether you signed up for adventure, for money, or were invited aboard at the end of a cudgel in a back alley near the docks. Life at sea did not care for your personal preferences. Let's imagine you've just arrived on a typical English merchant ship bound for the West Indies around the year 1630. She's about 100 feet long, made of oak, tarred with pitch, and decorated, if one is generous, with coils of rope, damp sails, and a general sense of impending dampness. Her name is likely something pious and misleading, like Providence or Good Hope, neither of which you'll feel much of in the coming weeks. There's no formal greeting ceremony, no warm handshakes. The ship's master, equivalent to a modern captain, might grunt in your direction. You'll be called boy, whether you're 12 or 40, and if you've never climbed a mast before, you'll soon wish you had. The deck is low, slick with salt spray, and cluttered with barrels, tackle, and men who already dislike you. Everyone's filthy. Everyone's armed with some form of knife, even if it's just for hardtack. And everyone is watching to see if you'll be the one to vomit first. The language of the sea is its own beast. Things have names that seem to mock their function. The floor is not the floor, it's the deck. The walls are bulkheads. The ceiling is the overhead. Ropes are called lines, except when they're not. And if someone tells you to belay something, don't argue. It's not a suggestion. The watch system begins the moment the anchor is up. Life aboard is measured in 4-hour chunks, day and night, in what are called watches. You'll be assigned to either the port or starboard watch, alternating duties every 4 hours. No one sleeps through the night. No one sleeps well. You'll learn to nap like a cat, with one eye open, always in uniform, always within shouting distance of a bell. Your duties begin before dawn. The bell rings 8 times. This is the sailor's clock. No minute hands, just bells. You'll be sent to swab the deck, not because it's dirty, but because the ship is made of wood, and if you don't keep it wet, it cracks. And then you sink. After that, you'll be ordered aloft to help with the rigging. The rigging is a charming web of ropes, pulleys, and death. You'll be told to climb the ratlines, rope ladders that sway 80 feet above the deck, and reef a sail. It is at this point that most landlubbers contemplate their life choices. You'll want to look competent. You'll want to be fast. But mostly, you'll want to not fall. Men do. Often. The sea doesn't return them. Back on deck, you'll meet the boatswain, or bosun, pronounced bosun, because sailors like to keep you guessing. He's in charge of the physical upkeep of the ship and the crew's discipline. He has a whistle and a habit of appearing just as you think you're done. The bosun's mates carry cat-o'-nine-tails, a whip made of knotted rope ends used for correction. If you're lucky, it stays coiled. If you're not, you'll learn what naval justice feels like: hot, swift, and public. Let's pause for a moment and consider your uniform. That is to say, you have none. Sailors in the 1600s wore whatever they owned. That usually meant coarse linen shirts, loose breeches, a wool cap, and bare feet. Shoes were a hazard on wet decks. Socks were a luxury. Underwear, variable. You'll be wet constantly, either from sweat, seawater, or the rain that sneaks down your collar like an opportunistic eel. You'll stink, but that's fine. So will everyone else. At some point during your first day, you'll be offered food. That's a generous term. You'll be given ship's biscuit, also known as hardtack. It's a dense, flour-based puck that was baked until fossilised. You'll need to soak it in ale or water to soften it. Don't be surprised to find weevils. They're part of the experience. Alongside the biscuit, you might get a bit of salt pork or dried peas, depending on how recently the ship left port. Fresh food is a fond memory. Most things are preserved with salt, vinegar, or sheer optimism. You'll drink small beer, weak ale that won't poison you like water might. Water spoils quickly in barrels. Beer, thankfully, just tastes worse. The cook, affectionately called the slush, works in a galley that's more of a coffin with a fire hazard. Meals are doled out by the mess, usually 4 to 6 men sharing one bowl. Table manners are discouraged. As you chew your second biscuit of the day, you'll notice the ship is in constant motion. It rocks, it creaks, it groans. The sails snap overhead like distant thunder. Your legs learn to adjust, though not before your stomach gives up. Seasickness is a rite of passage. Some never recover. Below deck, things are even worse. The hold is cramped, dark, and thick with the smell of damp timber and human musery. If you're a lower-ranked sailor, you'll sleep in a hammock, strung just inches from your neighbour. There is no privacy. There is no quiet. There is only the sound of rats skittering and the groan of wood expanding and contracting. You may have brought a sea chest, a small wooden box to hold your few possessions. You may even have a knife, a bit of tobacco, or a spoon carved from bone. These will be the most valuable things you own, aside from your health. And that, unfortunately, is negotiable. Injuries are common. Broken fingers, splinters the size of knitting needles, cuts, burns, crushed toes. There is no real doctor, just a barber surgeon, whose tools include saws and brandy. An amputation might be performed with both. If you complain of illness, you might be accused of malingering. If you don't complain, you might die quietly. Either way, you'll likely be buried at sea, stitched into your hammock with a cannonball at your feet, and one final stitch through the nose to make sure you're really dead. During your first evening, you may be assigned to the night watch. You'll pace the deck in the dark, wrapped in a wool cloak, listening to the wind hum in the rigging. You'll shout out the hour, 4 bells and all's well, and pretend you believe it. The stars overhead are breathtaking, but you have little time for them. You're scanning for sails, fire, or signs of drift. The sea at night is both infinite and very small. It is blacker than ink and full of secrets. At some point, a shanty might break out. Work songs, not for fun, but for rhythm. Hauling sails, pumping bilges, hoisting barrels, these all require timing. And timing requires voices. The shanties are often dirty, sometimes funny, and always practical. By your 2nd or 3rd day aboard, you'll have learned a few things. Don't stand under the yards, unless you want a block to fall on your head. Don't cross the bosun. Don't step into the heads, the toilets, barefoot, ever. And don't, under any circumstances, question the captain. The captain is not your friend. He is lord, judge, and sometimes executioner. His word is law. If the articles of war are read aloud, and they will be, you'll notice they contain very few clauses about mercy. By the end of your first week, you'll have seen a man fall from the rigging. You'll have eaten something you can't identify. You'll have scrubbed the same patch of deck 17 times and wondered why it's still so slippery. You'll have developed a rolling gait, a kind of drunken stagger that prevents your knees from snapping with each sway of the deck. You'll have stopped noticing the smell. You might even begin to understand the rhythm of ship life, the language, the tools, the pecking order. But make no mistake, the ship has already changed you. You are now part of a floating ecosystem of rope, sweat, and salt. And it hasn't even rained yet. As night falls, the wind picks up, and the sails creak overhead like old bones. The sea is black, the stars cold. You lie in your hammock, rocking gently, the scent of pitch in your nose, and the faint scurry of rats above. Tomorrow you'll learn how to furl a topsail in a squall. But for now, you rest, sort of. Welcome aboard. The second morning aboard a 1600 ship greets you with a sound not unlike someone being strangled by a goat. It's the cook's voice, summoning you for breakfast. Though breakfast is a strong word. Offering might be more accurate. You emerge from below decks, bleary-eyed, your nose already recoiling from a dozen competing scents. Tar, stale sweat, wet rope, and most offensively, the slop bubbling away in the ship's galley kettle. It's hard to believe anything could make you miss shore food, but here you are, longing for week-old bread from a tavern back alley. Meals on a 17th century ship weren't designed for delight. They were meant for survival, or at least for slow deterioration. The aim was not to thrive, but to not die too quickly. The average sailor needed around 3,000 calories per day due to the physical labour of running a ship. Unfortunately, few calories arrived in a form your body would call nutritious. Let's begin with the staple of the sailor's diet, ship's biscuit. Also called hardtack, this wasn't really bread. It was more of a baked tile made of flour, water, and sometimes salt, then baked until all signs of life, flavour, and moisture were gone. If it could snap a tooth, it was ready. Some sailors softened it in beer. Others simply gnawed patiently, like particularly determined beavers. And then there were the weevils, tiny beetle-like creatures that laid eggs in the flour long before the biscuit was made. They survived the baking process somehow. By the time you unwrapped your hardtack, it might have been crawling, gently, lazily, as if apologising. Some sailors picked them out. Others just closed their eyes and called it extra crunch. For protein, you had salt pork or salt beef, both of which had been cured months ago and tasted like they'd been punished for something. Stored in wooden barrels brimming with brine, the meat was tough, sinewy, and often streaked with fat. Sometimes it still had hairs. Sometimes it didn't. You tried not to think about it. Occasionally, when the weather was forgiving and the sea kind, the cook might throw in pea soup or peas porridge, a grey-green mush made of dried split peas, boiled into oblivion and flavoured with salt, smoke or silence. On bad days, the peas were undercooked. On worse days, they weren't peas. Fresh vegetables? Not unless you brought your own and ate them in the first 3 days. The ship had no refrigeration. Anything remotely green turned to mush within a week. After that, the only salad you encountered was mould blooming artfully across the top of old cheese. Fruit? Number. Not unless you count the occasional dried plum, which more often resembled a small wrinkled toe. Apples might make an appearance for the officers. You, however, would be lucky to spot a lemon before it dissolved into legend. And it's here that we must pause for our featured guest star, scurvy. Scurvy was the silent predator of every long voyage. Caused by a lack of vitamin C, it began invisibly. A bit of lethargy, some joint pain. Then came the swollen gums, the loose teeth, the bleeding under the skin. Wounds reopened. Old scars vanished. Hair fell out. And if you were lucky, you expired quietly in your hammock before the barber surgeon arrived with a saw. In the 1600s, the cause of scurvy wasn't widely understood. Some captains suspected diet. Others blamed sea air, salt water, or laziness. Remedies ranged from drinking vinegar to chewing tobacco to prayer. Only in the 18th century would citrus become standard issue. Until then, you just hoped your teeth lasted long enough to reach port. Drink, of course, was another matter. Water was stored in barrels, often stale and green within weeks. Stagnant water bred bacteria. Even desperate sailors often preferred small beer, a very weak ale with low alcohol content, just enough to keep the rot at bay. You drank a pint at breakfast, another with lunch, and a third at supper. This was not for pleasure. This was survival. Rum, gin, or wine were reserved for officers or special occasions. For the rest of the crew, it was warm beer in a wooden cup every day until the end of the voyage, or the end of you. As for the cook, he operated from a small, soot-blackened space known as the galley, usually housed in a brick firebox near the ship's centre. The fire had to be contained. A ship catching fire was a death sentence. The cook's tools included large kettles, iron pots, wooden ladles, and a kind of culinary courage best left unexamined. He was not expected to be creative. He was expected to keep the porridge from igniting and to not poison the crew in bulk. That was considered a good week. Meals were served twice daily, once mid-morning, once in late afternoon. No breakfast, no midnight snack. Each sailor belonged to a mess group, usually 4 to 6 men sharing a communal bowl and a sense of slow decline. Utensils were optional. Fingers were forever. There was no formal dining area. You ate where you could, leaning on a barrel, squatting beside a hatch, or perched on your hammock with your knees as a table. Food was cold by the time you reached it. It was also, as a rule, unseasoned, unless you counted the salt that soaked into everything from the air itself. If you were lucky, the purser, the man in charge of provisions, was honest. If you weren't, he sold the best bits on shore and left you with mouldy cheese and stories. Ration theft was common. So was the quiet swapping of rotten meat between barrels in hopes someone else would get it first. Officers, of course, fared better. The captain had his own meals, sometimes even fresh eggs, poultry or wine. His table had linens, cutlery, and occasionally vegetables. But for most sailors, the luxury was merely to eat without crunching something unexpected. Some tried to catch their own food. Lines were cast overboard in calmer waters. Fish, if caught, were fried, boiled, or simply eaten raw. Turtle was a favourite in tropical regions, boiled into soup or roasted whole. Flying fish sometimes landed on deck. These were gathered quickly and fried in grease, if there was any. Rats, too, were fair game. Lean and fast, they scavenged in the hold and were occasionally caught, cooked, and shared without complaint. Hunger, after all, is the best seasoning. And desperation is an excellent chef. You might wonder about spices. Didn't these ships often carry nutmeg, cinnamon, or cloves? Yes, but they weren't for you. The valuable spice cargo was locked up, guarded, and itemised. No sailor was going to waste a pinch of pepper on his boiled shoe leather beef. Now and then, things improved. When land was sighted or calm seas persisted, the captain might allow a special ration. A bit of dried fruit. A cup of stronger beer. Even though rarely, a hot pudding made of flour, suet, and raisins. These were fleeting comforts. You learned not to expect them. Holidays were an exception. Christmas might bring a double ration of meat. Easter meant a barrel of apples, assuming they hadn't dissolved into foam. These brief celebrations gave sailors a taste, literally, of the world they'd left behind. There was one more element in the sailor's diet that bears mention, though it was more tradition than nutrition: chewing tobacco. Not eaten, of course, but always present. The rhythmic chewing, the spitting, the scent. It was part of the atmosphere, and it helped cover the taste of other things. Food wasn't just sustenance, it was morale. A good meal lifted spirits. A bad one deepened despair. Most meals fell into the second category, and yet the body adjusted. Taste dulled, hunger redefined itself. Men ate without looking. They chewed without thinking. The stomach, like the sea, made its own rules. In the long hours between watches, sailors often talked about food. Not what they had, but what they missed. Roast lamb, fresh bread, spiced puddings, the warmth of a hearth. These memories kept them human. More than once, men cried into their biscuit not from hunger, but homesickness. Of course, the punishment for stealing someone else's ration was severe. Food fights were not comical. They were deadly serious. A man caught hoarding might be flogged or confined. In extreme cases, he might be hanged. Starving men are not forgiving. Even now, centuries later, ship's logs reveal these tiny dramas. A spoiled barrel of beef, a rat in the soup, a man caught siphoning ale. The documents are dry, clinical, but between the lines you can smell the rot. So, by the end of your second day at sea, you'll have learned a few culinary lessons. Chew slowly, very slowly. Don't ask what's in the stew. Salt is both flavour and curse. And always shake your biscuit first. You'll dream of oranges. You'll smell phantom loaves of bread. You'll wake up chewing on your sleeve. And when someone mentions the cook's surprise, you'll know to brace yourself. If you're hoping for a good night's sleep aboard a 1600 ship, you've rather misunderstood the arrangement. Rest comes not in soft beds with downy pillows, but in swaying canvas slings suspended over splintered planks, within arm's reach of 30 other exhausted men, several rats, and at least one man who snores like a cask rolling downhill. Welcome to the sailor's hammock. Let's begin with the fundamentals. In this floating world of ropes, salt, and noise, sleep is a privilege squeezed between labour and alarm bells. The standard sailor doesn't sleep the night through. He catches his rest in fragments, dictated by the watch system. 4 hours on duty, 4 hours off. That's assuming no storms, no emergencies, and no one vomiting on your boots. You are issued a canvas hammock, if you're lucky. It hangs from 2 sturdy hooks or beams between bulkheads, just wide enough to cradle your body, and just high enough to avoid the worst of the rats. The hammock serves many purposes. It keeps you from rolling across the deck in rough seas. It's marginally more comfortable than bare planks. And, as a bonus, it folds neatly away when you're not using it. Because really, who needs privacy? You climb into the hammock gingerly, one leg at a time, and lie back in what is best described as a damp cocoon. The ship rocks. So does the hammock. Sometimes in harmony. Sometimes not. When the sea is calm, the swaying is rhythmic, like being rocked to sleep by Poseidon himself. When it's stormy, it's more like being flung about in a canvas sling by an angry god with poor coordination. There is, of course, no mattress. Some men fashion makeshift padding from spare clothes or rags. Others simply accept the stiffness and dream of softness. A blanket, if you have one, is likely wool and smells like it hasn't been dry since the last time you were on land, which, depending on your voyage, could be months ago. Now, the space is intimate. In modern terms, you might call it claustrophobic. Sailors sleep mere inches apart, shoulder to shoulder, foot to head, breathing in each other's sweat and dreams. If your neighbour turns over violently, so do you. If he coughs, you catch it. If he talks in his sleep, well, you learn things. The air below decks is heavy. Not metaphorically, literally heavy with moisture, musk, and mildew. Ventilation is limited to small hatches, opened only in fair weather. In storms, everything is sealed. And in such cases, the smell ripens rapidly. Wood rot, wet wool, tar, and breath mingling in a sour fog. It clings to your skin, your clothes, your dreams. Rats are a common companion. They scurry overhead in the beams, dart along the hammocks, and occasionally drop in, uninvited, to share your warmth. Some sailors grow oddly fond of them, naming them, feeding them crumbs. Others view them as both pest and protein. Catching one could mean an extra bite of meat, assuming you're hungry enough, and don't ask too many questions. The noise is another matter. Above you, the ship groans. Wooden boards flexing under strain. Ropes creaking like old joints. The sea thuds against the hull. Sails snap. Footsteps echo. Voices call out muffled commands. And beneath it all, a low and constant hum. The breathing of dozens of men trying to forget where they are. One might think sailors would be too exhausted to care, and for the most part, you'd be right. Sleep, when it comes, is deep and immediate, but never uninterrupted. A sudden lurch of the ship, a cry of all hands on deck, a shift change bell. It all yanks you from your slumber and throws you into action, usually while trying to remember where your boots went. Some men sleep in their clothes. Most do. Not from laziness, but from necessity. Time is precious, and emergencies are frequent. There's little room for modesty when the ship is pitching violently, and your survival depends on being topside in 30 seconds or less. The lower decks, where hammocks are strung, double as cargo holds. You may be sleeping above a barrel of gunpowder, beside crates of spoiled apples, or directly over the bilge, the lowest part of the ship, where seawater, oil, and waste collect in a lovely oily soup. If you ever wake up with your hammock unusually damp, it's best not to ask why. Insects? Certainly. Fleas, lice, and the occasional beetle make their homes in seams of canvas, folds of clothing, and the folds of sailors. Scratching is a regular background noise. Some men shave their heads to combat the worst of it. Others simply live with the itch, adding it to the long list of things they no longer have time to resent. And let us not forget the emotional weight of sleep aboard ship. For many, the quiet hours were when fears crept in. Storms they are weathered, mates they'd lost, letters they couldn't send. The creaking of the ship often sounded like voices. Memories came stronger at sea. Regrets too. Superstition filled the gaps. It was said that dreaming of land meant death. Some sailors believed that if a rat left your hammock and didn't come back, it was an omen. Others whispered about ghost ships, dead men at the helm, and the souls of drowned sailors crawling back up the hull during storms. For a new sailor, the first few nights were often the worst. The body doesn't adapt easily to constant motion, to strange sounds, to the unfamiliar heat of too many people packed too tightly together. The brain rebels. You wake in confusion. Sometimes panic, sometimes nausea. And then, one morning, you wake to find you've slept. Truly slept. Despite the filth, the motion, the snoring, the stink. Your body, battered and sore, has surrendered. You've become a sailor now. You've joined the peculiar fraternity of men who can doze while the world tilts sideways and rats nibble on biscuits in the dark. You get used to things. The smell, the damp, the noise. You learn to tie off your hammock securely so it doesn't dump you unceremoniously onto the deck. You learn to sleep through shouting. You learn to sleep through storms. You learn to sleep standing up if you must. You also learn that your hammock is your coffin, not metaphorically. It is, quite literally, the cloth in which you'll be buried, should the sea decide it's your time. When a sailor dies, his hammock is stitched shut around him with sailmaker's thread. The final stitch, they say, goes through the nose to ensure he's really dead. A cannonball is sewn at the feet, and then, with a few words and a splash, he's gone. This grim tradition wasn't poetic, it was practical. No space for corpses, no embalming. The sea claims its own. There's something oddly comforting about it. The hammock that held you in sleep will cradle you into eternity. Unless, of course, the ship's short on hammocks, in which case you're simply rolled in canvas. Or failing that, dumped overboard with less ceremony than a dropped mop. Not every ship had enough hammocks. Some sailors slept directly on the deck, or on coils of rope, or against barrels in the hold. Hammocks were a luxury comparatively. Ships that could afford them, and the space to hang them, were considered well equipped. By now, perhaps, you've adjusted. You no longer flinch at the groan of timber in the dark. You can identify your messmates by the sound of their snoring. You've developed the sailor's sway. Even asleep, your body anticipates the ship's motion. You begin to forget what beds feel like, what dry linen smells like, what silence sounds like. Dreams come strange at sea, vivid, distorted, shaped by rocking and fatigue. Some sailors dreamed of falling endlessly. Others dreamed of food. Some dreamed of women they hadn't seen in years. Some, unsettlingly, dreamed of the sea itself. Endless, watching, whispering. And always, always you wake to the same world. The dim wooden beams overhead, the stink of damp canvas, and the knowledge that you're only halfway through the voyage. Yet for all this, sleep is precious. It's the one luxury the ship cannot ration, cannot replace. A man who doesn't sleep begins to lose himself. Fatigue dulls his instincts, weakens his grip, frays his temper. More sailors were lost to accidents born of exhaustion than to battle. So when your watch ends and the bell tolls and you sling your hammock for the night, it's not comfort you seek, it's survival. You wrap yourself in your blanket, tuck in your elbows, and let the motion of the ship lull you into the kind of sleep only the utterly worn down can know. The hammock creaks. A rat scuttles overhead. Someone coughs. Someone mutters a prayer. And for a few short hours, the world rocks you gently in its wooden cradle, suspended somewhere between rest and wreckage. If you thought going to sea meant a life of swashbuckling adventure and dramatic horizons, then you've fallen victim to the lies of every painting and pub song ever written. Real life aboard a 1600 ship was less about swordplay and more about scrubbing, and not just once, but forever. You see, the ship is always decaying. Always. It is made of wood, soaked in brine, filled with men, and held together by pitch, prayer, and the occasional nail. And so, your life is not about sailing grandly into distant ports. It is about doing chores. An endless rotating carousel of filthy, difficult, dangerous chores. And the first and most relentless of these? Swabbing the deck. Every morning without fail, and often at other times for good measure, the deck is swabbed. Not to keep it clean. Oh, heavens no. Cleanliness, in the domestic sense, is a forgotten dream. No, it's swabbed to prevent the wood from drying and cracking. A dry deck is a brittle deck, and a brittle deck becomes a broken one. So the deck is deliberately kept damp. You scrub it with salt water, sometimes with sand, sometimes on your knees. There's no mop as you might imagine. You might be given a swab, a clump of old rope tied to a stick, or just a brush, or even your hands. You work in silence, or to the rhythm of shouted orders, and should you fall behind, the bosun notices. He always does. Then there's scraping. Everything must be scraped. Rails, masts, beams. Sometimes to remove mould, sometimes barnacles, sometimes dried tar, and sometimes, just for the sake of something to do, the ship is like a child. If you stop paying attention to it, it starts misbehaving. Rust creeps in, pitch peels, sails rot. Scraping becomes meditation, a slow, rhythmic battle against decay. The rigging must be inspected constantly. The miles of rope that crisscross above your head are both lifeline and death trap. They hold the sails, control the masts, and bind the ship into a functioning whole. They must be taut, strong, and ready, which means you'll be climbing, often, up the ratlines, rope ladders that sway with the wind, higher still onto the yards, horizontal spars that hold the sails. Here, at dizzying heights, you will crawl along foot ropes no thicker than your wrist, balanced over the churning sea, to reef, furl, or unfurl the sails. The sails themselves are vast sheets of canvas, stiff with salt, heavy with moisture. When the wind changes, they must be adjusted. And you, unfortunate soul, must climb up into the sky to do so. There are no safety lines. Only your hands, your feet, and the unspoken knowledge that hesitation leads to gravity. Men fall, they always fall. Some are caught in the rigging. Others vanish into the sea. It happens silently, like a secret being kept. The rest of you keep working. Then there's the bilge. The bilge is where water, grease, rat droppings, vomit, and every sort of runoff collect. It must be pumped out manually using a bilge pump, a contraption resembling a large handle attached to a barrel-sized cylinder. Someone, usually you, is assigned to this. You pump. You sweat. The liquid sloshes out somewhere into the sea. You try not to look at it too closely. You definitely don't ask what's in it. Once a week, though it feels more often, you'll be asked to scrub your clothes, such as they are. This is usually done with seawater, ash, and violence. You scrub, rinse, wring, and hang them on the lines. Within minutes, they're soaked again. Clean is theoretical. You wash not to feel better, but to feel less worse. Every now and then, the crew performs a holy stone cleaning, so named, it is said, because sailors scrubbed the deck on their knees, as though in prayer. These were sandstone blocks, used to sand down the deck surface, keeping it smooth and free of splinters. A well-maintained deck meant fewer injuries. It also meant fewer excuses. Maintenance of the sails was its own ritual. The sailmaker's mate inspected each cloth square, patching holes, re-stitching seams, and sometimes replacing entire panels. Canvas was expensive. Repairs were done with sail needles the size of small daggers and twine soaked in tar. You might be assigned to assist, holding the cloth taut or threading the needle. You'd end the day with sore fingers, tar-black hands, and perhaps a few more curses in your vocabulary. Below decks, barrels must be turned to prevent spoiled goods. Powder must be checked for dampness. The guns, if the ship carries them, must be cleaned, swabbed, and reloaded. Even if there's no battle in sight, especially if there isn't. The captain does not care if your arms ache. He cares that the ship remains ready. In rough seas, bailing becomes a full-time job. Buckets are passed hand to hand. Water is thrown overboard. The line moves endlessly. Everyone participates. You learn to move rhythmically, to pass and tip without thinking. You hope the leak is small. You hope the wind turns. You keep bailing. Even the anchor is work. It's not simply dropped and hauled, like in a children's book. No, the anchor is massive, heavy, and must be winched in using a capstan, a vertical cylinder around which ropes are wound. Men walk in a circle, pushing bars to turn the capstan. It's exhausting, like turning the world's worst carousel. Sometimes it takes hours. You may be tasked with repairing ropes, called worming, parceling, and serving. You coat the line with tar, wrap it with old sailcloth, and wind it tightly with twine to protect it from wear. Every part of the ship, even its ropes, needs care like a temperamental child. Let us not forget the privy, charmingly called the heads. A plank with a hole, mounted precariously over the bow, often exposed to the elements. Sometimes you'll be ordered to clean it. With what, you may ask? Best not to. Just be grateful if it doesn't involve a brush and your own shirt. Even rest times involve work-adjacent activity. You must mend your own clothes, clean your boots, sharpen your knife. If you want to carve yourself a spoon or a dice set from bone, you'll need to do it between duties. Leisure, such as it is is just the absence of immediate danger. There are emergency drills, running out the guns, man overboard responses, storm preparations. Each is a rehearsal of disaster. Each reminds you just how quickly order becomes chaos. If you're unlucky enough to be on galley duty, you'll assist the cook. You'll chop, stir, and wash. You'll smell like meat fat for days. If you break anything, it's your back that pays the price. One mustn't forget sentry duty, standing still, scanning the horizon for ships, smoke, or anything unusual. You don't move. You don't talk. You squint into the sun and try not to nod off. And if you see something and don't raise the alarm quickly enough, you'll be scraping barnacles with your teeth. And there is caulking, that is, sealing the seams between planks with oakum, a mix of tarred fibres hammered in with mallets. The smell is strong, the work slow. You'll emerge sticky and sore, but at least the ship is a little less likely to sink. The punishment for shirking chores is swift. Flogging, extra duty, confinement. The bosun and his mates carry canes or knotted ropes, and their judgments are final. There's no union, no break room, no kindly manager. Eventually the work becomes habit. Your body moves on its own. You scrape the rail without being told. You haul rope without waiting. You know what comes next because it always comes next. The ship is a living thing, and you are one of its cells. Small, unimportant, but vital. The irony is that the more efficiently you do the chores, the more the ship asks of you. There is no finish line, no applause, only the next task. You're not building a future here. You are maintaining a moment. And still, there are quiet victories. A clean deck gleaming under moonlight. A well-furled sail that holds just right. A rope coiled perfectly in your hands. No one thanks you, but you feel it. A strange pride in keeping this groaning, leaking, miraculous thing afloat. You lie in your hammock after a full day of scraping, swabbing, coiling, patching, climbing, and pumping. Your arms feel like cooked ropes. Your back aches. Your hands are covered in pitch. But the ship creaks gently. She floats. She sails. She hasn't sunk today. You've done your part, for now. There comes a time, somewhere between your third salt beef ration and your seventh turn swabbing the deck, when you begin to wonder, what happens if someone refuses? What if a sailor says no to the endless work, the shouting bosun, the groaning ropes overhead? What happens if, one morning, he simply stops? The answer is swift and usually painful. Discipline aboard a 1600 ship wasn't merely encouraged, it was the very scaffolding of survival. These were floating communities of upwards of 100 men confined in wood, salt, and stink. The captain did not rule by inspiration. He ruled by fear, by code, and by example. Order had to be enforced, and enforced absolutely. At the top of this hierarchy stood the Articles of War, the ship's legal spine. These weren't suggestions. They were strict rules, etched in ink and memorized under threat. Even in peacetime, they carried weight. Disobedience to the Articles was not just an inconvenience, it was an affront to the ship's entire function. Offences could be major or minor, but both were punished, vigorously. The most infamous punishment? That would be the flogging. Flogging was the universal remedy for insolence, laziness, theft, drunkenness, fighting, or failing to salute an officer correctly, or not at all. The standard instrument was the cat-o'-nine-tails, a whip made of 9 knotted cords, often dipped in brine for extra cheer. Its design was simple. maximum pain, minimal mess for the officers. When a man was flogged, the whole crew assembled. It was not a private affair. He was tied to the gratings, a square lattice of wood removed from the deck, or to the mast itself. Shirt off, back bare, no ceremony, just the boatswain's mate counting out lashes in a steady, unrelenting rhythm. 1 lash, 2, 20 if you were unlucky, 100 if you truly offended someone. Blood always followed, infection often followed that. Men who survived a flogging carried the scars like ship tattoos, raised, crisscrossed, and silent. Some captains were known for mercy. Others, well, they flayed with a fondness usually reserved for poetry. Of course, flogging wasn't the only punishment. There was keel hauling, though less common in the English Navy than tales suggest. It involved tying a sailor to a rope and dragging him beneath the ship's hull from one side to the other. The barnacles and sharp debris scraped skin from bone. If the man didn't drown, he often wished he had. It was as much a threat as an act, used to terrify more than to execute. Then there was ducking, a milder punishment in theory. The sailor would be tied and dropped repeatedly into the sea from the yardarm. If the sea was calm, it stung his pride more than his lungs. If the sea was rough, well, the ship recorded a man lost. Shackling was a quieter affair. Offenders were manacled in irons and locked in the brig, a crude space in the ship's hold, dark and wet, where the rats were larger than the rations. Food was bread and water. Light was occasional. Company was usually limited to one's own thoughts and the sounds of barrels shifting with the waves. For more creative captains, punishments took on local flavour. Men might be made to run the gauntlet, forced to walk between 2 lines of sailors, each armed with a rope or stick. You were not permitted to flinch, and you certainly weren't allowed to run. It was meant to teach humility, though it often inspired rage. There was the masthead punishment, where a man was ordered to sit atop the highest perch of the ship's mast for hours, exposed to wind, cold, and birds with strong opinions. He climbed up in shame and came down, eventually sunburnt, dizzy, and usually silent. Even silent treatments were formalised. You might be hazed, given the worst duties, ignored by your messmates, passed over for rations. No word, just isolation. On a ship, where companionship is the only comfort, this was its own brand of torment. But what earned you punishment in the first place? Let's start with the basics. Insubordination. Disagree with an officer? Backtalk? Slow to obey? That's a lash or 2. Or 10. Disobedience in the rigging. Failing to reef sails properly or hesitating on the lines was doubly dangerous. You endangered the ship. You endangered everyone. Punishment was immediate and physical. Theft was another serious offence. A stolen ration of rum, a piece of rope, a biscuit. It didn't matter. Stealing meant you distrusted the system. And if you were caught, it was often flogging, yes, but sometimes worse. Repeat offenders might be branded or marooned at the next opportunity. Drunkenness. Now that was tricky. Sailors were issued beer or watered-down spirits daily, but drinking beyond your ration, stealing another man's grog, or becoming too inebriated to work was unacceptable. The sea didn't wait for hangovers. You were expected to be reliably miserable, not merrily incapacitated. Fighting, common, but still punished. A scraped knuckle or broken nose earned you double watches, loss of rations, or time in the irons. Sometimes both parties were flogged, just to be fair. Blasphemy, gambling, breaking curfew, striking a superior, or even whistling on deck, yes, really, all carried consequences. Whistling was thought to challenge the wind. Sailors were a superstitious bunch, and so were their officers. Then there were serious crimes. Mutiny, sabotage, desertion, murder. These were capital offences. There was no trial. The ship was the courtroom, the captain the judge. The sentence was often hanging. Sometimes at sea, sometimes in port, before an assembled crowd, as a reminder to all other sailors tempted to disobey. A sailor condemned to hang was given a final meal, usually as bland as all his others. He was led to the yardarm. A noose was placed around his neck, and after a brief prayer, or none at all, he was dropped. Not from a great height, just enough to break the neck if the executioner was merciful. If not, the sailor dangled, for minutes, kicking, eyes bulging, the wind indifferent. The body was left to sway for a while. Then it was cut down and buried at sea, or not, depending on the crime. It may surprise you that despite all this, discipline wasn't just about cruelty. It was, in its grim way, about stability. A ship could not function without order. In the chaos of the sea, with storms, enemies, disease, and dwindling supplies, the only constant was the chain of command. And if that chain was doubted, the whole vessel unravelled. Some captains, to their credit, governed with restraint. They used punishment sparingly, relying instead on respect, clear rules, and shared hardship. These were the rare ships where crews didn't mutiny, where work was hard but fair, and where flogging was rare enough to be remembered. Others wielded discipline like a cudgel. These were feared ships, bitter ships, and they tended not to last. There was also peer enforcement. The crew policed itself. A sailor who shirked, who lied, who endangered others, he was watched, whispered about, maybe jostled a little too hard on the ropes. The ship didn't tolerate weakness because the ship couldn't afford to. And sometimes punishments were informal. A boot to the ribs, a missing portion of soup, a nudge in the dark. These quiet corrections were never logged, but they happened. They were how sailors reminded each other. We all suffer together. Even so, not all punishments worked. Some men broke. Their minds slipped. Their eyes went distant. These were often removed from duty, or left behind at the next port. If they became violent, they might be confined. If they despaired too openly, they might be watched. If they went silent, well, most just waited. One could argue that the most effective punishment wasn't the lash, or the irons, or the noose. It was the ship itself. The sea, after all, is indifferent. It does not care for your tears or your bruises. It does not answer to reason. And neither does the ship. She groans, she creaks, she sails on. So when you next imagine life aboard a grand old vessel, and you picture laughter under sails, adventure in the spray, and camaraderie in song, do remember the reality. The salt-crusted back of a man tied to the mast, the hiss of the whip through the air, the silence of the crew watching, knowing it could be any of them next, and the ship, always, creaking above it all, unbothered. It's easy, from the comfort of dry land and warm blankets, to romanticize a storm at sea. The howling wind, the crashing waves, the heroic figure of a captain gripping the wheel with water in his beard and defiance in his eyes. But in truth, a storm aboard a 1600 ship was not a theatrical act of nature. It was a creeping, groaning, utterly indifferent threat that could sink you without ceremony or song. You did not battle a storm. You endured it. Or you didn't. The first sign of a storm was not always the sky. It might be a sudden shift in the air, a tension in the rigging, or the low hum of seasoned sailors falling abruptly quiet. Perhaps the clouds on the horizon turned the colour of bruised iron. Perhaps the sea darkened like a warning. And then, as if summoned by the stories your grandmother warned you not to believe, it arrived. The wind came first. Not a pleasant breeze, but a wild, bullying thing that slapped the sails and snarled through the rigging. Orders were barked. Reef the sails, secure the cargo, batten the hatches. You dropped everything because storms did not wait for you to finish your biscuit or lace your boots. There was no glamour in these preparations, just rope burns, bruised shins, and the terrible realization that the ship, your ship, was about to become the plaything of something infinitely stronger than it. The rain came next, in sheets so dense it blurred the line between sky and sea. Visibility vanished. Your hands slipped on every surface. You became soaked within seconds. The water was in your eyes, your ears, your sleeves, and eventually in your boots. There was no dryness, only wet and cold. And then the sea changed. It no longer rolled gently under the hull. It rose, folded, and twisted like a beast learning to stand. Waves towered above the deck, each one threatening to smash the ship like a toy dropped in a well. And between them, valleys deep enough to make your stomach lurch. The ship groaned, loudly. Creaks echoed through the hull as timbers flexed under pressure. You prayed, if not aloud, then in your marrow, that the wood held, that the caulking held, that everything someone had hammered and nailed and tied would somehow continue to resist nature's disinterest. And then came the real terror, losing control. In a storm, the wheel might as well be ornamental. Steering became guesswork. The wind chose your path. If you were lucky, the ship turned into the waves, slicing through them like a slow, stubborn fish. If you were unlucky, the ship broached, turned sideways, and was slapped repeatedly by water heavier than houses. The mast might snap. The sails might tear loose and whip themselves into knots. The rigging might collapse like a giant's failed knitting project. And you, clinging to whatever solid thing was closest, simply held on and hoped not to be flung into the grey beyond. Men fell, always, from masts, from the yardarms, across the deck. Some were caught, some weren't. A man washed overboard was, more often than not, considered lost. The idea of man overboard as a rescue protocol came much later. In the 1600s, the sea took who it liked, and the sea liked many. Drowning, you must understand, was not some abstract fear. It was daily, ordinary. You passed ships that had vanished just days before, reappearing as driftwood and bobbing crates. You heard stories of entire crews swallowed without a trace. You heard even more stories about near misses, which were somehow worse. To fall into the sea during a storm was a sentence. You were dressed in wool, leather, boots, everything heavy. You sank fast. There were no life jackets, no life rafts. And even if someone did see you vanish overboard, what could they do? Turn the ship around in the middle of a squall. Lower a boat into water that was practically vertical. Number you simply disappeared. But it wasn't always the storm itself that did the killing. Shipwreck was a slower kind of death. You might survive the wind. You might survive the waves. But if the ship struck rocks, or ran aground, or foundered on a hidden reef, then the real nightmare began. The hull cracked. Water rushed in. The bilge pumps, already overworked, couldn't keep up. Barrels floated loose and turned into missiles. Crates tumbled. Men scrambled for rope. Some screamed. Some laughed. Some prayed. And the ship began to sink. Not quickly like in stories, but groaning reluctantly, as if it hated to give up. What followed was chaos. There were few, if any, lifeboats, and if there were, they were likely lashed down, filled with cargo, or in worse shape than the ship. You might try to cling to debris, a door, a barrel, the empty frame of a chicken coop. But salt water was cold, and cold water is patient. Hypothermia did its work, while your legs thrashed and your lungs filled with the taste of rope, tar, and brine. Those who made it to shore, if there was shore, often arrived broken, bruised, starving, half mad from dehydration and shock. The sea may have spared them, but the land rarely welcomed them, especially if it was hostile or uninhabited, or simply barren. And yet, you might ask, weren't sailors taught to swim? But not usually. In fact, many sailors in the 1600s couldn't swim at all. Some saw it as useless. If you fell in, you were gone anyway. Others believed swimming encouraged a man to leap into the sea to escape discipline. Better, they reasoned, to fear the water and avoid it entirely. A sailor might spend half his life upon the ocean and never once enter it willingly. Superstition played a part. The sea was alive, some said. It was a jealous god, always watching, always hungry. To know it too well was to tempt it. Sailors tossed coins into it for luck, spoke in hushed tones during storms, and never, ever whistled on deck. Whistling, they believed, challenged the wind, and the wind did not like to be mocked. Sometimes the storm wasn't even needed. Fog could doom a ship just as easily as thunder. A thick bank of mist rolling over the water, erasing stars and shorelines, could send a vessel into rocks or onto a sandbar with all the subtlety of a whisper. There'd be no wind, no rain, just a quiet impact. And then, very soon after, the splintering of wood and the sudden realization that the floor was rising fast. Other times, it was fire. A lantern knocked over, a candle burning low, a careless hand near the gunpowder. Fire on a ship was not something you fought. It was something you fled, if you could. One spark in the powder magazine, and the ship would be gone before the lookout could shout. And always, always, there was the storm in your memory. The one that didn't kill you, but came close. Every sailor had one. The wave that almost snapped the mast. The lightning that struck a fellow crewman and left him glowing blue and blind. The moment the sea rose over the deck, and you were sure it wouldn't come back down. You carried it with you. A reminder. A warning. Sailors didn't fear death. Not exactly. They feared the slow version. The freezing fingers. The floating drift. The final breath underwater. They feared the unknown beneath the keel. The things that thudded against the hull in the night. They feared the way the water looked when it was angry. And yet they returned. Again and again. For pay, for pride, for lack of other choices. Some said the fear faded. Others said it didn't. You just learned to walk with it. The captain, during storms, was not a man of magic. He could shout yes. He could order sails trimmed and helms adjusted. But he could not command the wind. He could not unmake the sea. He, too, had wet boots and a clenched jaw and silent prayers. Below deck, the carpenter checked for leaks. The sailmaker stitched desperately by lantern. The gunner made sure powder was dry. Every man had his job. No one had the luxury of panic. And in the eye of the storm, if you were lucky enough to pass through one, you saw something strange. Stillness. Absolute quiet. A circle of calm surrounded by destruction. The sky visible, the sea glassy. Men breathed again, just for a moment, and then the second wall of the storm hit, usually harder than the first. When, finally, the storm passed, and it did pass eventually, what remained was silence. Exhausted silence. Water dripping. Sails hanging in tatters. Bodies counted or not found. Hands shaking, eyes red, men sitting in puddles because standing was too much. And the ship sailed on. As long as it floated, it sailed, no matter the damage, no matter the grief. The sea offered no apologies, only the next horizon. So when you imagine life at sea, when you picture white sails against a blue sky, remember the storm, the real one. The one that didn't care about your stories, your courage, or your future. Remember the ropes stiff with ice, the sound of wood snapping, and the cold, cold pull of water over your ankles. And remember that, if you were there, you wouldn't last a day. It doesn't matter that the ship set off with barrels of food. It doesn't matter that the cook is technically a professional, or at least someone who once burned fewer things than others. On a 1600 ship, you are always hungry, not because there's nothing to eat, but because most of what's available is barely edible. And it begins, of course, with salt beef. Salt beef, a staple of maritime misery. Imagine, if you will, a slab of meat submerged in brine for so long it has taken on the texture of timber and the colour of regret. It is grey, fibrous, and astonishingly chewy. One sailor famously claimed that if you soaked it in water for a week, boiled it for a day, and beat it with a hammer, it might yield slightly. This beef, stored in casks, was preserved in salt so thick it could strip the lining from your mouth. It wasn't refrigerated, refrigeration being a few centuries away, so the meat relied entirely on salt and hoped to stay fresh. Spoilage was inevitable. If the barrel was opened and a green sheen greeted you, you scraped off the worst bits and hoped your portion had less worm in it than the last. Then there was hardtack, also known as ship's biscuit. It sounds charming, doesn't it? Biscuit. Warm. Inviting. It was not. Hardtack was a square or round slab of flour and water, baked until it could break teeth. It was not soft. It did not crumble, it clanged. You did not bite it, you soaked it in ale, tea, or soup, if you had any, until it gave up some resistance. Even then, it fought back. Hardtack also had passengers. Tiny wriggling ones. Weevils, to be precise. The biscuits were stored for months in damp, dark holds. The perfect habitat for insects. You quickly learned not to eat them in the dark. If you saw movement, you knocked the biscuit against the table to chase out the worst of them, and then you chewed on. No legs, no problem. As one cheerful sailor once said, probably mid-bite. Now let's visit the barrel of peas. Dried peas were a treasured vegetable on board, largely because they were one of the few vegetables that could survive the voyage. They were boiled into mush, often with salt beef or salt pork, and served as a grey-green paste that slid across your plate if the ship rocked too much. Pea soup was a common meal, if you could call it that. Its nutritional value was as uncertain as its flavour, which ranged from stale hay to barn water. Pork, when it was available, was just as salty as the beef, and sometimes even fattier. Occasionally you'd get lucky with a piece of tongue, though this came pickled and pink, and was mostly rubber. Fresh food, now that was the real dream. Fresh bread, fruit, or vegetables might be brought on board at port and consumed quickly before they rotted, or they might be given to officers, or accidentally dropped, or left out until mould claimed them. Either way, the moment of freshness was fleeting. Some ships had livestock, especially on longer voyages. Chickens were common, occasionally goats. These animals provided eggs, milk, or eventually became dinner. Of course, by the third week at sea, even the scrawniest hen began to look like a roast in the eyes of the crew. The real delicacy, though, was rat. Yes, rat. They were everywhere. In the hold, in the galley, in the bread casks, probably running over your feet as you slept. But every so often, a clever sailor caught one. With a trap, or a boot, or sheer desperation. And if the hunger was bad enough, and it often was, that rat went into the pot. Roasted over flame, boiled in stew. Described optimistically as tasting like rabbit. You'd eat it, and you'd be thankful. The rat, after all, had been eating the same ship's biscuits you had. Then there was the drink. Water, ideally, would be stored in barrels. But stored water, over weeks or months, went stagnant. It grew thick. Sometimes green. Sometimes sludgy. It developed its own smell and personality. You could filter it through a cloth, if you had one. Or you drank quickly and tried not to think about it. To make things slightly better, sailors were issued beer or grog, that famous mixture of rum, water, and occasionally lime juice or sugar, if the ship was very generous. Grog didn't just mask the taste of the water, it made you care a bit less about it. Rum, for many, was medicine, morale booster, and warm blanket all at once. Of course, too much grog made for drunkenness, and drunkenness led to accidents, fights, and punishments. But a measured ration of alcohol was considered essential. Not just tradition, survival. Sometimes the cook got creative. Bits of biscuit, salted meat, dried peas and pork fat, all boiled into a glorious slop called lobscouse, or burgoo, or whatever the local dialect favoured. You ate it with a wooden spoon, or your fingers. It filled the stomach. It silenced the complaints. For a while. Cooking itself was done in a small area known as the galley, using a brick hearth and an iron pot suspended from chains. The cook worked under constant motion. Flames flickering, pot swinging, soup sloshing. Burnt food was common. Burnt fingers, even more so. The galley also bore the smells of the entire voyage: smoke, fish, old fat, and mildew. It was a warm spot, but not a comforting one. You might linger near it for heat, but not for pleasure. Now let us pause and consider scurvy. A lack of fresh fruit and vegetables meant a lack of vitamin C, though no one knew that's what it was yet. Instead, sailors knew that after weeks at sea, your gums would swell, your teeth would loosen, and your skin would spot. Your legs would ache, your breath would sour. Eventually, you'd collapse, and maybe die. Scurvy was the slow punishment for culinary monotony. It didn't hurt right away, but it came for you, quietly. And unless you made port soon, or got your hands on citrus, it didn't leave. In the better navies, small allowances of lemon or lime juice were eventually introduced. But this was rare, and came far too late for most sailors of the 1600s. You may be wondering at this point whether any joy could be found in eating, and the answer is occasionally. On Sunday, if the captain permitted, rations were served hot. The pot simmered, the biscuit softened. Perhaps a bit of molasses had snuck aboard. Men grumbled a little less. They told stories. they swallowed slowly. If the ship caught a fish, there might be a shared meal, grilled haphazardly, devoured without ceremony. If someone smuggled spices aboard, a clove of garlic, a scrap of pepper, it was considered treasure. Every now and then, someone would bake a sort of pudding from flour, suet, and raisins, if any had survived the humidity. These were rare treats, usually served to officers. But the scent would drift down through the ship, making you briefly forget about the weevils. And if all else failed, there was always tobacco. You smoked it, chewed it, traded it. It dulled the appetite, masked the smells, and reminded you of land. So, what did you do when your stomach churned and your biscuit crawled? You ate anyway. Because hunger was worse than weevils. Because chewing was better than starvation. Because one bite of something terrible was still more than nothing. You learned not to complain. Or if you did complain, you did it with humour. You named the rat. You played dice over who got the soft part of the pork. You toasted the ship's cook as his greasiness. Eventually you adjusted. Your teeth toughened. Your standards lowered. You ate in rhythm with the waves, without pausing, because hesitation meant you might think about what was actually in your mouth. And when the voyage ended, and you returned to shore, boots squelching, stomach growling, you might dream of real food, warm bread, fresh fish, a pear, soft and sweet and free of worms. But the oddest thing? Part of you would miss the hardtack. Not because it tasted good, but because it was part of life. Part of the sea. Part of you. A sailor eats what he's given. He chews. He swallows. He carries on. And he tries not to think too hard about the crunch. Let us suppose, just for a moment, that you have survived your day. You've reefed sails in gale winds, swallowed rat-flavoured stew, dodged a boatswain's lash, and avoided falling overboard. The sun has finally slunk beneath the horizon, the wind has slowed, and the sea mumbles quietly beneath the hull. You are, quite understandably, exhausted. Now, how, you might wonder, does a sailor sleep? The answer is, not very well. First, forget the idea of a bed. There is no mattress, no feather pillow, no warm quilt embroidered with roses and lined with lavender sachets. You sleep in a hammock, if you're lucky enough to be issued one, slung between two beams below deck, packed alongside 50 or more men who all smell like rope, sweat, brine, and slightly warm pork fat. The hammock itself is made of canvas, stiff and unyielding. Strung up with cords you tied yourself, it sways gently with the movement of the ship, which, depending on the weather, may be soothing or violently nauseating. If the ship rolls too much, you sway like a pendulum, and if it rolls a lot, you may be dumped out entirely. These hammocks were not just for comfort, they were designed for safety. A man lying on the deck could be flung across the ship when the seas pitched. A hammock, suspended, swung with the ship's rhythm and kept you from becoming a projectile. Most of the time. The space between hammocks was minimal, a few feet at best, often less. The man beside you snored. The man above you dropped crumbs. The man below you muttered to himself in his sleep. You learned to roll away from the foulest smells and ignore the sounds of flatulence echoing in canvas. There were no sheets, blankets perhaps, if you were fortunate. More often, your coat served double duty. The cold seeped through the hull. Dampness lingered in everything. The sea found its way into every fibre of fabric, leaving a lingering scent of mildew and salt that never quite went away. There was no privacy. None. The only place you could be alone was inside your own mind. And even that was sometimes a shared space, thanks to lice, fleas, and the occasional rat dropping from the beams above. You didn't sleep on your own schedule. Sleep came in watches, fixed periods divided throughout the day and night. The naval day was split into 6 4-hour watches. Sailors worked in rotating shifts. 4 hours on duty, 4 off, or 6 and 6, depending on the ship's needs, which meant you rarely got more than a few hours of rest at a time. And just as you were beginning to drift, perhaps even dreaming of home, a bell would ring. A voice would bellow, "It was your turn again." Back on deck, back into the wind. You left the hammock swinging and the warmth behind you, if there had been any to begin with. The routine was relentless. Your body ached, your mind dulled, your eyelids felt weighted with bricks. But you rose, because the alternative, being caught abed during your watch, meant punishment. Or worse, putting your fellow sailors at risk. The ship had no patience for oversleepers. Some men learned to sleep anywhere, against barrels, under the stairs, curled in corners with their heads propped on rope coils. They napped in bursts, 10 minutes here, half an hour there, stolen whenever they could. The noise was constant, creaking wood, squealing rope, the endless murmur of the sea. Footsteps above, rats below, men talking in hushed tones, a bosun snoring like a bear with a chest cold. Occasionally someone shouted out in their sleep, dreams of drowning, or home, or the crack of a whip. Sometimes the ship leaked. Water would drip from the ceiling or ooze from the seams of the hull. You might wake to a damp shoulder or a soggy foot. You might wake to find your hammock half submerged in a puddle of brackish water that no one could trace. And yet, amidst all this, men did sleep. They had to. Somehow. They dreamed too. Of land. Of food. Of warm arms and still rooms. But also of falling. Of storms. Of dark shapes beneath the water. Dreams were vivid at sea. Perhaps it was the exhaustion. Perhaps the sway of the ship. Perhaps the sense that death was always close, just a breath away, just a plank's width below. The officers fared a bit better. Midshipmen and lieutenants might have cabins, small, cramped, but with actual beds, wooden cots or bunks with thin mattresses, curtains drawn, a candle flickering. But even they were not immune to noise or interruption. The ship didn't respect rank when it groaned or tilted. The captain, of course, had the best sleeping arrangements. A private cabin, a real bed with linens, perhaps a chair, a table, even a chest of drawers. But his responsibilities didn't pause. A storm meant he was on deck. A skirmish meant he was roused from rest. A fire, a death, a mutiny. All things that turned sleep to fiction. If you were ill, you might be allowed to rest longer. The sick bay, if the ship had one, was little more than a corner with a cot and a bucket. The surgeon might toss you an opiate or bleed you for good measure, but otherwise you lay there, listening to the ship breathe around you. And if you were dying, well, you didn't need much sleep after that. The curious thing is how adaptable sailors became. After weeks at sea, you no longer noticed the sway. The damp became normal. The noise became background. You learned to nap in storms. You slept through shouting. You learned, most of all, not to expect comfort. Sometimes, sleep was your only escape, your only real privacy. A place where the sky was still, the food was warm, and the ship was quiet. A fiction, of course, but a comforting one. In winter, Sleep meant curling up in every layer you owned, your breath visible in the darkness. In summer, it meant sweating through the night, swatting at insects, tossing restlessly in a hammock that stuck to your skin. Occasionally, a man would fall from his hammock in the night. The ship would lurch, the cords would snap. He would tumble to the deck with a thud and a curse, and everyone would laugh, until it was their turn. And then there were the night watches. If it was your turn to stay awake, you paced the deck. You watched the stars. You listened to the ship groan and hiss. You carried a lantern, checked the sails, whispered greetings to the next man in the line. The sea by night was black and endless, the wind colder, the silence deeper. And when your watch ended and you returned below, feet sore, eyes raw, face kissed by salt, you slid back into your swinging canvas cocoon. You wrapped your coat around your head to block out the world, and you slept, badly, briefly, but you slept, because tomorrow would come, and the sea would not care if you'd had enough rest. A few men developed odd sleep rituals. One sailor always whispered a prayer in Portuguese before curling into his hammock, even though he was from Yorkshire. Another chewed on a bit of rope to calm his nerves. Another carried a wooden carving of a cat tied to his belt, claiming it kept nightmares away. None of these worked, of course, but no one dared interfere. Sleep, however superstitiously pursued, was sacred. Even the ship's cat, if there was one, slept better than you. It nestled in coils of rope, curled against barrels, and seemed utterly immune to the ship's lurching. It was said that if the cat refused to sleep, a storm was coming. And then there was the smell. Below decks, the air was always thick, with sweat, unwashed clothes, drying boots, damp wool, old meat, and the heavy tang of tar. Breathing was part endurance, part resignation. Some sailors rubbed mint leaves on their collars if they could get them in port. Others smoked clay pipes to numb their noses. But the smell clung. It got into your hair, into your skin, into your dreams. You might ask, did they ever sleep on deck, under the stars? Sometimes, yes. On warm nights, in calm waters, if the captain permitted it. Men lay in bundles of sailcloth or stretched out under the sky, lulled by the gentle slap of water and the rare silence of windless air. But even then, you were never entirely relaxed. The ocean was vast, the horizon dark. You knew that below you stretched a depth that could swallow ships whole. The stars glittered, yes, but they offered no comfort, only distance. So, in your hammock, surrounded by strangers and salt and the ceaseless rhythm of a wooden world, you learned to sleep like a sailor. Not deeply, not peacefully, but just enough to rise again. And when the bell rang, and boots hit the deck, and the sails creaked overhead, you did what sailors have always done. You rubbed your eyes. You cursed the cold. And you got back to work. Let's say, purely hypothetically, that your hammock betrayed you in the night. You rolled a bit too far, the rope snapped, and you tumbled headfirst into the hard oak deck below. Now your ankle is swelling to the size of a cannonball. Your head is ringing like a church bell, and you're fairly certain something important inside your body is now somewhere it doesn't belong. Congratulations. You're about to experience 17th century naval medicine. Step 1. Find a surgeon. He may be asleep, he may be drunk, he may be both, but eventually he'll appear, usually in a stained apron, smelling faintly of tobacco, brine, and something unidentifiably medicinal. If you're lucky, he's sober and competent, If not, he's still all you've got. You see, medical care at sea in the 1600s wasn't so much about healing as it was about surviving just long enough to get back to shore. Most ships had a designated surgeon, though some were little more than ambitious barbers with a strong stomach and a sharp knife. Indeed, many naval surgeons came from the barber-surgeon tradition, a curious blending of hair-cutting and limb-lopping that emerged in medieval Europe. The same man who could give you a decent shave might also saw off your leg. A truly versatile profession, if not a reassuring one. The ship's sick bay, more generously referred to as the sick berth, was rarely more than a corner of the lower deck. Perhaps partitioned by canvas, perhaps not. It was damp, dark, and smelled strongly of despair. Privacy was non-existent. So was sanitation. If you arrived with a fever, you were bundled into a hammock and left to sweat it out. If you had lice, they were ignored. If you had the pox, well, you'd be lucky if anyone came near you at all. For minor ailments, cuts, bruises, headaches, you might be treated with a poultice made of mustard, vinegar, or even goose fat. If you were vomiting, you'd be told to drink a mug of warm tar water, or better yet, to stop being dramatic. The tools of the trade were both impressive and unsettling. There was the amputation saw, large, serrated, and terrifying. The bone forceps, which looked like something out of a torture chamber. The lancet, a small sharp blade used for bloodletting. And the ever-popular cautery iron, heated until it glowed red, and then applied to wounds to seal them shut. With a hiss and a scream, of course. Pain relief, if any, came in the form of rum, opium, or a blow to the head. In many cases, men were simply told to bite down on a bit of rope and pray for unconsciousness. One of the most common procedures on a ship was the amputation. Arms, legs, toes. All were liable to be lost to infection, frostbite, or accidents involving cannon, rope, or poorly aimed knives. There were no anaesthetics. The procedure was done as quickly as possible, ideally within 90 seconds. The limb was sawed off, the bleeding stopped with hot irons or tight ligatures, and the stump bandaged with whatever cloth was nearest. If you survived the operation, the danger had only just begun. Infection was almost guaranteed. The concept of germs wouldn't exist for another 2 centuries. Instruments were rarely cleaned. Hands were wiped on aprons. Wounds were packed with moss, spiderwebs, or stale bread, all believed at various points to promote healing. Still, some men lived. Some even returned to duty, peg-legged and proud. Others did not. For stomach complaints, and there were many, sailors were treated with mixtures of mercury, rhubarb, senna, or turpentine. Yes, turpentine. A few drops on sugar might be given to cleanse the bowels. The cure was often worse than the illness. And let us not forget scurvy, the dreaded affliction of long voyages. Caused by a lack of vitamin C, though no one knew that, scurvy brought swollen gums, loose teeth, bleeding under the skin, and a general desire to lie down and never get up again. The solution, unknown to most sailors, was citrus. Lemons and limes were effective, but difficult to store, and often reserved for officers. Some believed sauerkraut helped. Others insisted on vinegar or beer. None of these truly worked, though they gave hope. Worse still were the fevers. Typhus, dysentery, malaria, and other unnamed plagues that swept through ships like reapers in search of new recruits. Outbreaks could claim a quarter of the crew before the ship reached port. Bodies were stitched into canvas and slid into the sea with a brief prayer and fewer tears. Occasionally, strange treatments emerged from desperation. Bleeding was believed to balance the humours, so veins were opened with a lancet and blood let into a bowl. Sailors were bled for headaches, fevers, rashes, bad tempers, or simply because it was Tuesday. Purging was also popular. If something was wrong with you, the logic went, perhaps it needed to come out violently, either from the front or the rear. Enemas, laxatives, vomit-inducing concoctions, all were fair game. On the flip side, if you were too cold in humoral terms, you were wrapped in hot blankets and baked by the fire. If you were too hot, you were doused with seawater or shaved entirely. A sort of nautical spa treatment, if you squinted hard enough. The mental health of sailors was rarely considered. Men who wept or screamed in their sleep were thought to be weak, or worse, cursed. Depression was met with scorn. Anxiety was dismissed. Delirium was treated with cold water and shouted orders. Only when a man became completely unmanageable, violent, incoherent, or suicidal would he be restrained. And then only long enough to determine whether he was mad or malingering. Then there were venereal diseases, the sailor's most faithful companion after rum. On returning from port, many men carried back more than memories. Sores, rashes, and other unpleasant symptoms were common. Treatments included mercury rubs, hot irons, or simply being left to suffer. Mercury, by the way, was believed to sweat the disease out of you. It didn't. It merely poisoned you, slowly and thoroughly. The surgeon, meanwhile, kept records of who died, who recovered, and who simply disappeared. His log was a grim document, filled with notes like, amputated left leg, died of fever, or bled twice, condition unchanged, or in rare moments of optimism, gave tea and rest. Improved surgeons sometimes had assistants, known as lob-lolly boys. Named for the bland gruel they served to the sick, these young lads helped mix medicines, clean tools, though rarely thoroughly, and hold down writhing patients during procedures. It was not a glamorous apprenticeship, but it was one path to learning the trade. And while it all sounds barbaric, and it often was, it's worth noting that some ship surgeons were truly skilled. They had experience from the battlefield, from hospitals, from 100 voyages. They stitched wounds closed in a storm. They delivered babies on rolling decks. They saved lives with hands scarred from saving others. But even they were working in the dark, without germ theory, without antibiotics, without anesthesia. Every success was half luck. Every death half expected. It's little wonder that many sailors turned to folk remedies and superstition. A charm tied around the wrist, a coin under the tongue, a prayer to St. Elmo. Some believed a bit of tar on the chest could keep away illness. Others swore by garlic, or onion poultices, or the company of a ship's cat. In the end, your best medicine was a strong constitution, a bit of rum, and an ability to laugh through the pain. That, and not drawing the surgeon's attention unless absolutely necessary. Because once he came toward you, saw in hand and grim smile on his face, you began to understand that on a 1600 ship, recovery was optional. And if you did survive your surgery, your fever, your fall from the rigging, well, you got a pat on the back, a weak bowl of broth, and were expected back on duty the next morning. After all, the wind waits for no man, and neither does the sea. The sky lightens, the sea stills. A shout echoes from the crow's nest, a sound like disbelief and wonder, as if the lookout had glimpsed the gates of heaven itself. Land. After weeks, months, perhaps even a year at sea, the outline of land on the horizon looks more like a dream than geography. Trees, roofs, birds that don't circle aimlessly over water. You blink into the sun. You rub your eyes. And still, it's there, landfall. It means the journey is over. Or almost over. For the sailor of the 1600s, this was a moment tinged not only with relief, but with anxiety. What exactly waited on shore? Loved ones? Pay? Or plague, prison, and punishment? The ship does not dock like a gentle horse returning to its stable. It anchors offshore, waiting for tides, orders, or inspections. A flurry of activity begins. Sails lowered, decks scrubbed, flags hoisted. Men stand straighter, as if their sweat-stained shirts and missing teeth might be overlooked by harbour officials. The captain, once distant and godlike, now steps forward, cloaked in authority. He speaks to the harbour master, negotiates cargo, delivers manifests. He may be greeted with cheers or frowns, depending on his reputation, and whether he returns with gold or a ship full of sick men. As a common sailor, you wait. You do not disembark immediately. First, the ship must be inspected, perhaps by port health officers who check for disease, perhaps by tax collectors who ensure no precious cargo goes unreported. Sometimes you're not allowed to leave at all. If you're in foreign waters or under suspicion, you may be confined to the ship for days. The land so close you can smell it. Roasted meats, flowers, even horse dung, but still out of reach. And when at last your boots strike solid ground, it doesn't feel right. The earth sways. You feel the phantom roll of the ship beneath your feet, as if the land itself is trying to toss you back to sea. This sailors called sea legs. It could last hours, sometimes days. More than one man fell over while simply trying to walk a straight line to the tavern. What follows is not quite the glorious homecoming of novels and plays. You are dirty, likely lice-ridden, and your wages, if they exist, are still in question. Pay, you see, was never guaranteed. Many men signed on with the promise of coin at the end, but the end could be vague. Owners disputed contracts. Captains delayed payment. Some men were told their food and clothes had cost more than their service. Others received promissory notes instead of silver. Paper promises in a world where food required coin. If the voyage had gone well, rich in spices, silk, or slaves, there might be bonuses. If it had gone poorly, lost cargo, lost crew, the answer was often a shrug. So it's no surprise that many men went straight from landfall to mutiny. Yes, mutiny didn't always involve cutlasses and cannons. Sometimes it looked like a gang of unpaid sailors refusing to board again. Sometimes it meant refusing to unload cargo until pay was settled. Sometimes it was quieter, a desertion into the port's shadows, never to return. Ports teemed with these deserters. Sailors who vanished into alleyways, took local wives, changed names. They became bakers, carpenters, or drunks sleeping behind taverns. Some found better lives, most did not. But let's say you are paid. Let's say your purse jingles, and the world opens like a ripe fruit. What do? You drink. That is almost universally the first step. Rum, beer, wine. It hardly matters. You drink to forget the taste of salt pork. You drink to silence the creak of timbers that still echoes in your bones You drink because no one who hasn't been to sea understands the sheer madness of it, and your shipmates are already halfway to unconsciousness themselves. Taverns in port towns knew this pattern well. Sailors arrived like kings and left like beggars. Wallets emptied in hours. Prostitutes, dice, and drink took what the sea had not. If you were wise, and few were, you might send a portion of your pay home. A few coins tucked into a letter passed to a ship heading in the right direction, but most did not. The moment was too immediate, the shore too full of light and noise. And then there were those for whom land brought no peace at all. The sailor's world was small, contained within planks and ropes. The land, by contrast, was vast, chaotic, and unpredictable. There were too many people, too many rules, too many demands. Some men found themselves longing for the ship within days, not for the hardship, but for the clarity. You knew what mattered at sea: food, watch, rope, wind, your hammock, your next breath. On land, things grew complicated. For those with families, the return was bittersweet. Children grown, wives aged or gone. Some homes had changed beyond recognition. Some were gone entirely. War, plague, or simple bad fortune had taken them. There are stories, true ones, of men coming home after years only to be arrested for desertion, pressed again into service, or robbed by their own kin. Of standing at a door, hat in hand, unsure whether to knock. In England, some sailors were pressed back into service before their boots even dried. The dreaded press gangs, authorised to seize men of seaworthy condition, roamed the ports like wolves. A man might step off one ship and be shoved aboard another before he'd even kissed dry land. It wasn't always the Royal Navy. Merchants did it too. A warm body was a warm body, especially one that already knew port from starboard. And so, for many, home was never truly home. It was a stop between voyages. A borrowed bed, a temporary shore. Some men sailed for decades, never truly settling. Their world was measured not in years, but in voyages. Not in birthdays, but in storms survived. They aged quickly. Sea air, sun, poor diet, they wore a man down. A sailor of 40 looked 60. A sailor of 60 was rare. But there were always more. Young men, boys even, eager for adventure or escape. Promised pay, promised glory, promised the world. They filled the voids left by the dead, the maimed, and the vanished. And the cycle began again. The truth is, landfall was only a chapter, not an ending. Even the voyage itself was rarely about discovery. Most ships of the 1600s were cargo carriers, warships, or slavers. Their routes were fixed, their purposes dull or grim. Gold, timber, human lives. These were their cargo. Sailors were the machinery that kept it all moving. Your story, the one with lice, hammocks, hardtack, and botched surgery, was just a footnote in a merchant's ledger. And yet, for all the hardship, some men loved the sea. They loved its rhythm, its indifference, its endlessness. The way the stars looked above an open ocean, unbroken by smoke or church spires. They loved the silence before dawn and the cry of gulls that signalled land. Not all sailors were criminals or castaways. Some were craftsmen, navigators, men with purpose. They learned the stars, the winds, the habits of whales. They wrote letters in perfect script, kept journals, and saved for retirement, though few reached it. So, when you ask what it means to finish a voyage, the answer is it depends. For some, it means freedom. For others, loss. For most, It means preparing to do it all again. Because once you've been to sea, once you've slept in a canvas hammock surrounded by the stink of 50 men, stared death in the face during a midnight squall, and watched the sun rise on a horizon no land has touched, the land never quite fits you again. Your hands itch when idle. Your ears search for the groan of timber. Your feet want the sway beneath them. And when you lie in a real bed, in a real room, with real stillness, it feels wrong. You miss the creak. You don't really believe it until you see the smoke. 4 black funnels rising like factory chimneys into the April sky, trailing a steady plume over the harbour. The RMS Titanic, they say, is the largest ship in the world, bigger than imagination, taller than most buildings. You arrive by tender from Queenstown, a little seasick already and clinging to your bundle of clothes like it contains all your worth, because it does. Everything you own fits in a canvas sack. A scarf from your sister, a wooden spoon, 2 apples already bruised, and the ticket, of course. A 3rd-class berth, one way to New York. You check your pocket again, just to make sure it hasn't fluttered away. The crowd is thick with people like you, hopeful, harried, and slightly confused by the scale of things. Steerage passengers aren't given grand welcomes. There are no brass bands or champagne flutes, just an officious fellow with a clipboard barking names. You shuffle forward in the queue, elbow to elbow with mothers carrying babies, Irish farm boys whispering to each other, and a few stiff-looking Scandinavians with suspiciously large suitcases. You suspect they're smuggling bread. Smart, really. The Titanic looms so high above the quay that you have to tip your head back until your cap nearly falls off. There's a gangway, but not for you. That's for 2nd class, or maybe even 1st. The wealthy folks with hats that cost more than your father's farm. You're directed around to a smaller entryway near the cargo loading zone, and you file in like livestock. It's hard not to feel like part of the cargo. Inside, the smell hits you first. Fresh paint, new wood, a hint of coal smoke and salt air. It's not unpleasant, just sharp, like the ship is still curing. A steward, young and already tired, waves you along a metal corridor without making eye contact. You descend a set of narrow stairs into the bowels of the vessel. It gets warmer as you go down, and louder. Somewhere, deep in the belly of the ship, you can feel the thrum of engines being prepared for departure. Your berth is humble. A 4-berth cabin with whitewashed metal walls, a single porthole the size of a dinner plate, and 2 sets of bunks, each barely wide enough to turn over in. The mattress is horsehair. The pillow has seen better days. You share it with 3 others, a Welsh miner, a girl from Donegal who refuses to speak, and an elderly Italian man who immediately removes his boots and sighs like he's home. You'll be sleeping beside his socks for the next 5 days, give or take. Still, it's cleaner than you expected. A miracle, really. You were warned about steerage, lice, foul food, damp sheets. But the White Star Line has made a point of advertising this voyage as unusually civilized for 3rd class. The room even has an electric light, which you turn on and off several times just because you can. When the ship finally pulls away from the dock, you feel it not as motion but vibration. A long, slow tremor through the bones of the ship. People rush to the narrow passageways, craning for a look at the receding harbour. Some wave, some cry. A baby howls, unimpressed by history. Above deck, Far, far above you, the first-class passengers are sipping tea and watching the departure like it's an orchestral performance. Some wear furs despite the spring air. You wonder if they even know there's a third class aboard. You wouldn't be surprised if they assumed you were ballast. A steward drops by to explain the rules. Curfew at 10. Men and women sleep separately unless they're married, and you'll be needing a marriage certificate to prove it. Meals are taken in the dining saloon, 2 decks up, through the steel corridor and past the washing station. Clean hands are apparently expected. You wonder if clean boots are too. Yours have never been accused of such a thing. Dinner is more than tolerable. You sit at a long wooden table with chipped edges, surrounded by strangers with varying accents and suspicious elbows. The fare: soup, boiled beef, potatoes, bread with proper butter, and plum pudding. It's hearty and hot, and there's plenty of it. The White Star Line is very proud of feeding its passengers properly, even those in steerage. You hear someone mutter that the menu upstairs includes roast squab and oysters. You quietly chew your bread a little faster, lest you start resenting your pudding. Afterward, you walk the lower corridors. The ship is a labyrinth. Metal walls, doors marked in confusing codes, stairways that lead to nowhere. You pass a small band practicing in a side room. Not the grand ensemble from first class, but a modest fiddle and piano duo. They play a reel that reminds you of home, and you stop just long enough to pretend you're not listening. There's a room for washing, large, tiled, cold, with basins and a pump handle. You splash water on your face and look in the mirror. You don't look like someone who belongs on the world's greatest ship. You look tired. But you're here. You made it. For now, that's enough. That night, as you lie on the too thin mattress with your arms tucked in tight to avoid brushing your neighbour, you stare up at the metal ceiling and try to imagine what first class looks like. There are electric elevators, you've heard, a squash court, a Turkish bath. You don't know what that is, but it sounds complicated. There's a reading room with velvet chairs, a veranda cafe with real ivy and a glass roof. Some passengers even brought their automobiles. Not that there are roads in the Atlantic. You consider sneaking up to see it, just once. But the doors are guarded, and you have neither the clothes nor the confidence to bluff your way through a grand staircase. Instead, you focus on the gentle hum of the engines. It's like sleeping above a breathing beast. The Titanic is a marvel, 882 feet long, nearly 100 feet wide. She carries over 2,200 people, crew, passengers, staff, more than the population of your village, and she's fast, capable of over 21 knots. That's more speed than most trains, though no one below deck is really in a hurry. The ship's designers claimed she could remain afloat with 4 of her 16 watertight compartments flooded. Some even call her unsinkable. You're not sure who started that rumour, but it's repeated like gospel. You close your eyes and feel the sway of the ocean, gentle for now. The North Atlantic is calm tonight, a rare blessing. Someone down the hall is playing a harmonica, a lullaby maybe, or just a tune to pass the time. The Italian man snores. The Donegal girl shifts restlessly in her bunk. You try not to think of the distance beneath you, the fathoms of black water below the hull. You remind yourself this is an adventure, a new start. You are 24 years old and have 3 coins in your pocket. but you are also a passenger aboard the Titanic. That's something to tell your grandchildren, assuming you make it to New York, and then somehow find both a wife and the money for grandchildren. The next morning you're awakened by a bell. Not an alarm exactly, but something that clearly means you're expected to rise. You dress quickly. No hot water, of course. You nod to the others in your cabin. A quiet nod, since conversation before bed is dangerous business. Breakfast is oatmeal, tea, and stewed prunes. You're not sure if it's meant to be comforting or a warning. Up on deck, you steal a glimpse of the sea. It stretches forever in all directions, silver blue and still. You're surrounded by sky and nothingness. It's beautiful in a way that makes you feel small. Just for a second, you understand why people paint oceans. You lean on the rail, squinting toward the horizon. Somewhere out there is America. Somewhere ahead, a new life. Somewhere above you, someone is reading a novel and sipping coffee from a porcelain cup. But down here for now, you are just a speck aboard a steel mountain, carried westward by the dreams of better things. And for the moment, everything is still afloat. The first full day at sea begins with your head jammed into a bunk corner and the Welshman above you snoring like he's strangling a goose. You're not sure which is louder, the man or the ship. The engines below beat like a great mechanical heart, deep and steady. It's a sound you'll grow used to, or at least tolerate, like the smell of damp wool or the taste of lukewarm tea. You climb down the narrow ladder, boots thudding on metal floor, trying not to wake the girl from Donegal, though truth be told, you're not sure she sleeps at all. She always looks slightly startled, as if she's just remembered something terribly important, and then forgotten it again. The Italian fellow is already up and lacing his boots, humming tunelessly. You nod to him. He nods back. Language barriers are easy to navigate when there's only one topic worth speaking about: breakfast. The corridor outside your cabin is narrow enough that two people passing have to negotiate it like a waltz. Pipes run along the ceiling. Everything is metal. The walls, the doors, even the staircase railings. You feel like a mouse in a boiler room. Still, it's clean. Surprisingly so, the White Star Line made sure of that. After all, third class is no longer called steerage in official brochures. That word, they realised, made people think of livestock. And livestock don't pay £6.10 for a transatlantic crossing. You pass a steward in a blue uniform, young, half-shaved, carrying a mop. He doesn't smile, but he doesn't bark either. That's something. Compared to most steamers, Titanic treats its third-class passengers with almost shocking decency. You've even got a proper dining saloon, not just a bench and a bowl, and you're allowed outside at certain hours. So long as you don't wander too far up the decks and startle the people in tuxedos. You follow the smell of bread to the third-class dining room, located midship on F-deck. It's bigger than you expected. Long tables with benches, white enamel mugs, and tin cutlery that clinks like coins. The room is bright too, lit by electric bulbs that buzz slightly when you walk under them. You spot the Welshman already halfway through a bowl of porridge. You join him and are soon joined by the others. A family of Swedes with matching coats, an Englishwoman with 4 children and no husband, and a very round man who orders 2 servings without shame or explanation. The food is plain but plentiful. Breakfast is porridge, bread, marmalade, and tea, hot and dark. No fancy teas here, just the kind strong enough to make your ancestors sit up in their graves. Someone mentions that first-class passengers have kippers and smoked salmon. Someone else mentions that they are welcome to it, since it smells like feet. After breakfast, you explore the steerage section. It's not large, but it is its own little world. There's a general room where people gather, play cards, mend clothes, argue, flirt. A piano stands in one corner, and someone is always trying to play it, with varying degrees of success. The Irish boys know a few jigs, the Norwegians do not. A small library sits against one wall, mostly Bibles and books no one intends to read. But it looks respectable, and that's the point. The White Star Line wanted third class to feel clean, moral, and well supervised. Not because they cared, particularly, but because the immigration authorities in New York did. Ships that arrived with lice, fever, or rowdiness risked losing their landing permits. So the company, wise to the economics, kept steerage tidy. They hired matrons to monitor women and children. They fed you 3 times a day. They even installed electric fans to keep the air from turning fetid. Of course, you're not supposed to know that. You're supposed to be grateful for the generosity. And you are. It's better than any crossing your cousin ever described. His ship had rats the size of chickens and smelled of cabbage from Dublin to Halifax. Titanic, by comparison, smells faintly of varnish. You make your way up to the open-air deck, one of the few parts of the ship where third-class passengers are allowed fresh air. It's not large, but it's something. Children chase each other between wooden benches. A man tunes a violin. Somewhere above, you hear faint strains of a string quartet, probably playing something French and complicated. You sit on a bench and watch the sea. The water stretches to forever, calm and cold and vast. You're halfway to nowhere. You're allowed on deck only during certain hours. First class has their own promenades, sheltered and adorned with ivy. Second class has deck chairs and newspapers. You have a wooden bench and the sky. Honestly, you'll take it. The sky doesn't care how much you paid for your ticket. Back below, a steward announces lunch. The dining saloon fills quickly. You sit with the same group as before. The miner, the Donegal girl, the Swedish family. Everyone's a little warmer now. A little looser with their stories. You learn the Welshman's name is Evan. He's going to Pittsburgh to work in the mills. The Swedish father speaks some English. He says simply, "America better." No one argues. Lunch is soup, corned beef, and boiled potatoes. There's rice pudding for dessert. You scrape your plate clean. It's not gourmet, but it's hot, and it's yours. You imagine your mother's face if she saw you being served at a real table, with a cloth napkin and everything. Granted, the napkin is more whole than cloth, but still. That afternoon, you wander. The ship is a maze, and it's easy to get lost. You pass doors labelled "No Admittance." You see stairwells marked "Crew Only." You consider ignoring them, but remember the steward's warning. Steerage passengers caught trespassing will be confined to quarters. The Donegal girl tried it once, she says. Got as far as the second-class hallway before being escorted back like a schoolchild caught with someone else's lunch. In truth, there's a whole other world above you. First-class passengers stroll through lounges with chandeliers, read in leather chairs, and bathe in Turkish steam rooms. The grand staircase is carved oak, with wrought iron railings and a glass dome overhead. You saw it in a postcard once. It looked like a palace. Meanwhile, you have creaky bunks and a washroom with 12 sinks for hundreds of people. Still, you suppose it builds character. And blisters. By evening, the ship grows quiet. Steerage passengers trickle back to their cabins. There's no scheduled entertainment. Not for you, anyway. Some folks bring out fiddles. Someone starts singing. A hymn, you think. Others hum along. You sit near the doorway, sipping lukewarm tea and watching the flame flicker behind the electric light bulb. There's something about ships that makes everyone feel philosophical. Perhaps it's the water. Perhaps it's the silence. Or perhaps it's the realization that you are floating in a giant iron box, miles from anything solid, relying on the stubbornness of steel and the calculations of men you've never met. You lie down for the night and listen. The Welshman is snoring again. The Italian man coughs softly in his sleep. The girl from Donegal whispers a prayer. You think about your brother, left behind, and your uncle waiting in New Jersey with a job at the docks. Maybe. If the letter was true, if the job still exists, for now, you are here. Aboard Titanic, below decks, yes, but afloat, safe, federal, and carried westward at 21 knots on what they call the Ship of Dreams. Dreams, you suppose, look different depending on where your bunk is. Still, the sea is quiet, the hull is strong, and the night, for now, is kind. You wake slowly, disoriented by the quiet. It's not true silence. Nothing aboard the Titanic is ever silent, but something's different. The usual early clatter of boots in the hallway hasn't started. No coughs echoing off steel. No one shouting for a missing sock. Just the deep, steady hum of the engines far below, vibrating faintly through the bunk frame and into your bones like the purr of a massive cat you dare not startle. The light through the tiny porthole is grey-blue, filtered through Atlantic mist. It's early, but you're wide awake. You've decided that today you're going to climb. You swing your legs down carefully. The Welshman above you is still asleep, mouth open, emitting low noises like someone trying to remember the words to a hymn in their sleep. The Donegal girl has left already. Her bunk is empty, her blanket neatly folded, her presence already a ghost. The Italian man snores softly, boots by his bedside in perfect placement. You dress quickly, quietly, and slip out into the corridor before the daily shuffle begins. The air down here in third class, officially called steerage by everyone except White Star's pamphlets, is thick with engine heat and the scent of wet wool. The corridor is narrow enough that passing someone requires sideways negotiation and a muttered apology. Pipes line the ceiling, rivets pattern the walls. There's a sense that everything here is very sturdy and very uninterested in your comfort. But today you're heading up, beyond the reach of the heat, beyond the bulkheads that mark your invisible boundaries, beyond where your ticket says you belong. You've heard whispers of the higher decks, not just the first class rooms, the ones with fireplaces, private promenades, real bathtubs, but of the corridors that feel like museums, of the grand staircase carved from wood finer than any church you've seen. You want to see it, if only for a moment, if only from a corner. You start the climb. The first few staircases are familiar: utilitarian steel steps, cold railings, walls painted a colour that can only be described as institutional beige. You pass a steward who nods sleepily and doesn't ask where you're going. Lucky, that. The change happens gradually. You pass through a metal door, and suddenly the walls are panelled. The floor has carpet. The light grows warmer, as if the bulbs here burn a better brand of electricity. The air smells of varnish and faint perfume. You've left the Titanicus transport and entered Titanicus temple. You slow your pace, walk softly. No one looks up, but you know, instinctively, that you don't belong here, that your boots are too loud, that your coat smells too much like salt and boiled beef. And then you see it, the grand staircase. It rises before you like a cathedral in motion. Ornate oak railings curl gracefully around a sweeping set of steps. Ironwork glitters in soft light. At the landing stands a clock flanked by two carved female figures. Honour and glory crowning time. You wonder if either of them knows what time it actually is, or if they're just guessing politely. Above the staircase, a domed glass skylight lets in filtered light. You imagine it would be beautiful on a sunny day, but today it's just a moody grey, like the ocean in glass form. You don't dare touch anything. You just stand there, heart thudding like a drum solo in a hymn, watching a steward in white gloves arrange something on a side table. A vase of fresh flowers. Orchids, maybe. Someone upstairs has orchids. The steward spots you. His expression doesn't change, not quite. Just enough to communicate that this is not your hallway. You offer a vague nod and retreat the way you came, trying not to look like someone who had to see it to believe it. You drift sideways into second class. Fewer chandeliers here, but still very proper. You pass through the second-class library. Neat rows of books, mostly Bibles, school texts, and novels about quiet people doing quiet things. A man in a bowler hat reads aloud to his wife in a whisper. You walk slower in here. You feel like if you rustle your sleeves too loudly, someone might ask to see your grammar school certificate. There's a second-class smoking room too. Smaller than first classes, but still elegant. A pair of older men sit by the windows playing cards, smoke drifting like clouds of contemplation above their heads. One is speaking French, the other possibly German. You pretend not to notice. They pretend not to notice you. Eventually you turn back. You've gone high enough. You've seen their world, at least the edge of it, and you've confirmed what you suspected. It was never built with you in mind. Back down in third class, everything returns to form. The benches are harder, the walls closer, the air thicker with people and potatoes. But you're greeted with a grin by a boy you barely know, and a nod by a man who snores in harmony. You sit in the general room and exhale like someone who's made it home after an awkward dinner. The general room is alive this morning. Someone's playing a fiddle again, the same tune as yesterday, but faster. A girl is clapping along, offbeat but enthusiastically. A young man tries to show off his tap steps, but slips and nearly takes out a bench. Everyone laughs, and the moment becomes a story before it finishes. The piano in the corner is being abused again. You can hear a hymn start, stop, restart, then veer entirely off course. No one minds. Someone brings out a deck of cards. Another offers tea. No one asks where you've been. Lunch is stew and bread. Always stew and bread. But today, someone's managed to swipe an extra scoop of treacle pudding, and the table erupts in fake outrage and real envy. You hear more rumours during the meal. One man says the ship is going too fast. Another says there was ice reported to the north. A third man, who has read one book and now considers himself a naval engineer, claims the ship can't sink because the hull is divided into 16 watertight compartments. Even if for flood, he says through a mouthful of beef, she'll stay afloat. Built like a fortress, she is. You look down at your plate and imagine water finding its way into every spoonful. After lunch, you go up again, but only as far as the open-air deck allowed to third class. It's small, stern-facing, with benches along the rail, but the sky is bright now, and the air is fresh. Children chase each other. A pair of young lovers try very hard not to look like they're holding hands. A steward watches with the patient expression of a man who's been told not to interfere unless someone falls overboard. You find a spot at the railing and watch the waves break gently behind the ship. It's hard to fathom how much power is driving the Titanic forward. Nearly 50,000 horsepower. 3 enormous propellers churning the Atlantic into foam. You think of the stokers down below, men sweating in engine rooms the size of cathedrals, shoveling coal into furnaces 24 hours a day. Most of the ship's crew never see sunlight, but they're the ones making the world move. You stay on deck longer than usual. No one shoos you off. Maybe the steward is tired. Maybe he's warming up to you. Maybe, unlikely, you just look respectable from behind. When the wind gets too sharp, you head back down to your bunk. The Welshman is awake and telling a long story that seems to involve goats, a ladder, and a very unfortunate hat. The Italian man nods solemnly, whether from comprehension or politeness is anyone's guess. The Donegal girl rolls her eyes and closes her book. You lie back on your bunk, staring at the ceiling. It's dotted with rivets and streaks of moisture from the warm air below. You think about honour and glory again, about the orchids, about the glass dome overhead. You wonder what it would be like to walk that staircase freely, as if it were your home, not a museum closed for cleaning. But you also remember the smile of the child who shared half a biscuit earlier, the man who offered you his stool, the music, the laughter, the sense that down here no one is pretending to be anything other than alive. You drift to sleep that night with a strange feeling in your chest. Not quite envy, not quite contentment, something in between. Something shaped like a staircase that you'll never climb, and a bench that always has room for one more. The strange thing is how hard it is to sleep, even when you're tired. And you are tired. Your boots are tired. Your spine is tired. Even your eyelids, which have spent all day squinting against salt-bright skies or smoky lamps, have become heavy with the weight of everything you've seen. And yet, sleep doesn't come easy. It's your third full night aboard the Titanic. And though the ship moves smoothly, as smooth as a hotel, people keep saying, your thoughts do not. You lie in your bunk, staring at the ceiling, and wonder how much water sits above your head. You're 7 decks down, give or take. That's hundreds of tons of ocean, all held back by steel plates, rivets, and the confidence of shipbuilders who promised everything would be just fine. The lights in your berth dim automatically at curfew, electric bulbs on a timer, controlled from somewhere else. A small modern miracle, though when they flicker, you can't help but wonder if it's the system or the sea. The cabin is quiet. Evan, the Welshman, has already fallen asleep and is breathing heavily like he's training to be a tuba. The Italian man, whose name you think might be Carlo, snores so gently it's almost musical. The Donegal girl hasn't spoken in a day and a half, but she's here, arms folded, staring at the ceiling as if it might crack open and reveal answers. There's no breeze down here, no window to crack open, just the slow warmth of breathing bodies and the heat from the boilers below. Your mattress is a hair-stuffed pad on a wooden frame, and it creaks every time you roll over, as if it too has opinions about how you're sleeping. You'd think, being so far from land, from streets and factories and chickens and cartwheels, that the noise would be gone. But the Titanic hums like a living thing. Pipes shudder. Metal flexes. Somewhere in the walls, water moves with a low, sloshing rhythm that makes you deeply aware of how surrounded you are. At times it sounds like the ship is groaning in its sleep. You try to count those sounds, identify them, anchor yourself in their repetition. That one above the door, a soft hiss from the heating pipe. That one near your bunk, the creak of a support beam flexing with the sea. That one deeper still, a muffled clang. Possibly something from the engine room. Possibly not. Someone knocks into a bed frame nearby, and the whole cabin shakes slightly. You wonder if this is what it's like being a spoon inside a drawer. Then you wonder if spoons ever panic. The air feels colder tonight. Not frigid, but crisp. Like someone left a window open 3 decks up, and the wind remembered how to find you. That's unusual. Third class is typically stifling. The heat from the boilers keeps it warm, even when the Atlantic is icy above. But tonight, your nose is cold. You pull the blanket up and curl inward. No one else seems to notice. Or if they do, they've decided not to mention it. That's how things work down here. If it's not fire or famine, it's probably not worth complaining about. Still, something feels off. Earlier that evening during dinner, you'd overheard 2 men whispering about ice. Saw it on the chart, one said. Bergs spotted further south than usual. The other scoffed. Ship this size could punch through a barn wall. You didn't say anything at the time, but now, in the quiet of your bunk, you start to wonder what that barn might be made of, and whether the wall might punch back. The Titanic is 882 feet long, nearly 100 feet wide. Her double-bottom hull is divided into 16 watertight compartments. The theory, often repeated, rarely questioned, is that she can stay afloat with any 2 flooded. Maybe 4, depending on who you ask. Possibly even 5. Of course, no one down here has seen those compartments. You assume they exist. Like unicorns or kindly landlords. You roll over. The mattress groans again. Somewhere far above, a door slams, then silence. Outside your room, the hallway is quiet. A few low voices pass by. Someone stifles a cough. You imagine the ship overhead. 5 more decks of people, mostly asleep. Or pretending. First-class passengers in private staterooms with real pillows and electric heaters. Their windows are shut against the night air. Their beds don't creak. They probably don't wonder what 400 miles of ocean feels like above their heads. You breathe in and out, trying to focus on the rhythm, the movement of the ship, the faint sway. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were on solid ground. The Titanic glides through the North Atlantic with the grace of a floating hotel, its engines spinning nearly silent from down here. The vibration is constant, but smooth. So far, the seas have been unusually calm. Barely a chop. Even the gulls looked bored when they flew overhead yesterday. But tonight feels different. Still calm, unnervingly so. The ship doesn't sway, doesn't dip. The sea is glass, and the sky, when you saw it earlier from the aft deck, was unusually clear. Stars sharp as pins. No moon, just silence. You remember thinking how eerie it was, the way the wind had died. No crests on the waves. Just blackness reflecting starlight. The kind of night where sound carries too far. Where even your thoughts echo. It's the sort of night that makes sailors nervous. And you now too. You sit up quietly. The bunk creaks, again betraying you. No one stirs. You swing your legs down and walk barefoot into the corridor. The passage is dark, save for a few low-burning lamps. The electric lights here are dulled at night to save power. A steward once joked it also discouraged passengers from panicking at the sight of each other in nightclothes. You walk down the hall, past a row of identical doors, each with 4 bunks, each with the same white paint flaking at the edges. You pass the communal lavatory. The sound of dripping water is louder than usual, or maybe it's just quieter elsewhere. At the stairwell, you pause. You're not supposed to go above at night, especially not unaccompanied. But you step up anyway, guided more by restlessness than reason. 2 decks up, near a third-class common area, you find a small porthole. Not a grand view, barely a slice of sea, but enough to glimpse the water, still dark and flat as slate. Stars gleam above like they've been nailed in place. You press your forehead to the glass. Cold? And then, the strangest thing, a flicker. Not light exactly. A movement. Something distant. A shape? Or just a shadow of a thought? You blink. It's gone. Back to bed. The walk down feels longer. The corridor seems narrower. When you return to your cabin, everyone is still asleep. You climb into your bunk and pull the blanket to your chin. You try to sleep, but the ship feels not still exactly, just wrong, like a song that skipped a beat, a silence you weren't expecting. And in that silence, you realise something deeply absurd and quietly horrifying. You don't know what it would sound like if the Titanic were in trouble. Would there be a noise? A grinding? A snap? A bell? Or would it be like this? Nothing at all. You think of the watertight doors, those great metal slabs that can seal off entire compartments in seconds. You've never seen them, but you heard someone say they're automatic. Triggered by flooding. They just drop, like guillotines. Efficient, really. You picture one slamming down without warning, then another, and suddenly the sound you imagined, the scream of steel buckling, becomes too loud in your thoughts, and you roll over again, pressing your hands to your ears. It's just nerves, you tell yourself. Just stories. You're thousands of miles from home, surrounded by strangers, being carried across an ocean you've never seen from shore. Of course your mind is playing tricks. You've climbed too high, snuck too far, seen the edges of other people's worlds. It's made you suspicious of your own. You squeeze your eyes shut and listen again for the heartbeat of the ship. The engines hum, the pipes moan. Evan breathes. Carlo snores. The girl from Donegal turns in her bunk and sighs, not loud, but long, like someone remembering they still exist. You focus on that sigh, human and simple, something solid in the machinery, and finally, with no ceremony at all, you slip into uneasy sleep. Above, the Atlantic stretches black and endless, and somewhere, invisible for now, something cold waits patiently in the dark. The next day starts like any other, too early, too loud, and somehow too warm and too cold at the same time. You wake up unsure whether you slept for 5 minutes or 5 hours. In truth, it's probably somewhere in between, stolen in snatches between creaking pipes and the haunting knowledge that the ocean is still out there, waiting. Your boots are colder than they were yesterday. You wiggle your toes before stepping in, hoping the heat from your feet will make peace with the leather. It's April 14th now. Sunday. Easter Sunday, in fact. At home, there'd be a sermon, then boiled eggs, then the sort of quiet family tension that passes for celebration. Here there's porridge. The dining saloon smells of tea, bread, and too many people with nowhere else to be. You sit with your usual group, Evan the Welshman, Carlo the Italian, and the Donegal girl, who still hasn't offered a name but has stopped flinching when people speak near her. A quiet improvement. You nod a happy Easter across the table. Only Carlo returns the greeting. Evan just mutters something about missing his boots and keeps eating. You hear someone at the far end of the table say something that catches your attention. "Ice ahead," the man says, voice low, like he's sharing state secrets instead of breakfast gossip. "Bergs," says another. "More than usual. They're drifting south." You look up. The men are older, one with a sailor's beard, the other with a face like baked leather. They sound like the sort who say, "I told you so," before anything actually happens. Still you listen. They say the wireless room's been getting warnings, the first man continues, buttering his bread with unnecessary force, from other ships. "Wireless?" someone asks. "The Marconi," the second man explains. "They've got one aboard, big set, sparks flying and everything, sends messages to shore and other liners, not just for passengers. They use it for navigation too." "Captain will know then," someone says, "if there's danger." The two older men nod, slowly but not confidently. That's the worst kind of nod. Later, up on the open-air deck, you try to forget the conversation. The sea is as flat as a dinner plate, barely a ripple. The wind has stilled almost completely. The cold, though, that remains. It's the kind of cold that sneaks in under your clothes and lingers behind your ears. You pull your collar up and lean on the railing, squinting at the horizon. Nothing. Just water and sky. Two blues with no border between them. Occasionally a sparkle where the sun hits the surface. No land, no ships, no birds, just quiet. You can feel it in the air. Not fear. Not yet. But a sense of waiting. Like the ship itself is listening. A steward nearby paces slowly, arms behind his back. He doesn't speak to anyone, but he watches everything. They're always watching, even when they pretend not to be. You remember what the man said about ice? That it's further south than normal this year, brought down by ocean currents that don't much care about shipping lanes or luxury. The Titanic is sailing near 41 degrees north, the same band of ocean where the Grand Banks fogs roll in and ice sometimes wanders, lost and unnoticed, until it's too late to matter. You heard someone say there were at least 6 warnings sent to the bridge yesterday. The Californian, the Coronia, the Baltic. All had spotted ice. Some had changed course. But Titanic had not slowed down. In fact, someone said the engines were pushing her harder today than yesterday. The pride of the White Star Line, after all, doesn't dawdle. At midday, you walk past the wireless room, or rather, as close as third class is allowed to get. The room itself is tucked behind second class, on the boat deck, off limits, and guarded by closed doors. But you hear the spark through the wall. the steady, sharp rhythm of Morse code being tapped out. The two operators, Phillips and Bride, someone said, have been sending passenger messages all day. Telegrams to New York, to London. Mostly first-class passengers dictating congratulations to friends or instructions to brokers. You wonder if they resent it. The operators, not the passengers. You wonder if, in between, arriving Wednesday, best regards, and buy shares immediately, they ever think to forward the ice reports to the captain. Or maybe they already have. Maybe he's read them, frowned, and poured another tea. You won't know. You're not allowed to know. That's not how class works aboard the Titanic. Information trickles down slowly, like melted ice through a brass funnel. By late afternoon, the rumours are more frequent. A second-class passenger says he overheard an officer mention unusual flows. A steward in third class mutters that they've changed watch rotations. One woman claims her porthole was frozen shut. Another says she saw a chunk of ice floating by the stern, though on inspection it turned out to be a towel from second class. Still, the talk continues. You wander again, heading up as far as the stewards will let you. On one deck, near the rear, you pause behind a group of well-dressed gentlemen discussing ship speeds. She's doing 22 knots, one says confidently, though you suspect he's guessing. Trying to make headlines, another says. Bruce Ismay's idea. He's aboard, you know. You've heard that name before? Ismay, the managing director of the White Star Line. You imagine he walks around the ship like a man who's already written his own newspaper article. One of the gentlemen leans on his cane and says, I say let her go fast. Get it over with. These crossings are terribly dull. You note that he has not spent time in steerage. Supper passes uneventfully. Stew again, though slightly more seasoned, as if the cook is repenting. You eat beside Carlo and Evan, who argues quietly with a Scottish boy about whether the ship is headed too far west. The Donegal girl doesn't speak, but her foot taps beneath the table. Maybe nerves, maybe boredom. You ask her if she's heard the ice rumours. She shrugs. There's always something, she says, and takes another bite of bread. Evening descends. The sky sharpens again, stars winking into place one by one until the night is full of them. No clouds, no moon, just that same eerie stillness. The ocean is too calm. It doesn't move like water. It just waits. You go out on deck one last time. The wind cuts deeper now, and you wrap your arms tight. The cold isn't sharp. It's quiet. Heavy. The sort of cold that soaks into your sleeves and settles in your lungs. There's a hum from the funnels. Faint, rhythmic. Below deck, you know the stokers are still at work. Dozens of them, pale and sweating, shoveling coal into roaring furnaces. The Titanic burns over 600 tons of coal per day. That's 100 firemen on shifts, 24 hours a day, keeping her alive. You've seen none of them. You don't know their names, but you feel their work beneath your boots. Someone nearby mentions the iceberg warnings again. They've got lookouts posted in the crow's nest, of course, he says. Best view on the ship. You don't say anything. You just watch the sea. It reflects the stars so perfectly that for a moment you're not sure which way is up. The steward eventually calls for the deck to be cleared. It's nearly 10. Time to return below. Time to sleep. Time to pretend the whispers haven't followed you all day. Back in your cabin, the blankets feel colder than usual. You lie down slowly, as if your bones want to test the bed before trusting it. The engines hum, pipes, hiss, a distant thump, probably nothing. You close your eyes and listen to the ship breathe. Outside, the night sharpens, and somewhere out there, a lookout climbs a ladder with no binoculars. It happens just before midnight. You're not asleep yet, though you've been lying still in your bunk for what feels like hours. The darkness in the cabin is almost complete. The low-watt electric bulb above your head has been off for some time, and the only light now is the faintest spill from the corridor beyond the half-shut door. Carlo is breathing evenly, for once not snoring. Evan has turned to face the wall, one hand beneath his head. The Donegal girl hasn't moved for the better part of an hour. The ship is quiet, not silent, of course. Titanic never truly rests. The vibration of the engines is always there, low and steady. The sound of water rushing past the hull. A metal creak every now and then, the occasional thump of something falling somewhere. A bucket, a mop, a steward's patience. But this is different. The jolt isn't sharp. It's not the screeching, cinematic sort of collision you'd expect. No fireworks, no explosion, just a shiver. A long, low, grinding sensation that hums through the bones of the ship and into yours, like someone has run a giant finger along the hull from bow to stern. Your mattress shifts slightly. The pipes above your head rattle. Carlo stirs. Evan grunts and mutters something about potatoes. Then everything stops. For a few seconds, the engines go quiet. Not off. Not quite. But they pause. You notice it like you'd notice a missing tooth, or a heartbeat that skips. The vibration in the walls, your bed, the very floor, gone. And in its place an awful stillness. Then the engines resume, not with a roar, but with a hesitant hum, like a man coughing politely after realizing he's said something awkward. You sit up, no alarm sounds, no bells, no shouting. Just the renewed rhythm of the ship beneath you, and the sudden, sharp awareness that something has changed. You climb out of your bunk and pull on your boots. Evan is sitting up now, rubbing his eyes. "What was that?" he asks, not quite to you. Carlo shrugs. "Maybe anchor shift, or a wave." You glance at the Donegal girl. She's watching the ceiling, arms still crossed. No one moves to leave the cabin. It's late, the kind of late where nothing important is ever expected to happen. But still, you walk into the corridor. Others are doing the same. Doors creak open, heads peek out. Faces half awake and confused. The corridor tilts slightly. Not dramatically, just enough that you notice a rolling bottle slide along the floor. Someone jokes about the sea rocking the ship like a cradle. Someone else doesn't laugh. You head toward the stairwell. There's no steward in sight, which in itself feels wrong. They're usually everywhere, appearing like shadows when you linger too long in the wrong area or try to pocket a second piece of bread. You climb 2 decks, boots echoing louder than you'd like. The air grows colder. Not subtly. Genuinely cold now. Your fingers tingle, and you draw your coat tighter. You make it to the general third-class space. It's fuller than expected. People are talking in low voices, some pacing. A man you recognise from meals, red hair, missing a tooth, is saying he felt the whole wall shake. Someone else claims the ship hit a whale. Another says he saw ice on the starboard side. A woman swears her porthole is leaking. Then the stewards arrive. At first they're calm, firm but polite. Nothing to worry about, they say. A precaution. Stay here. Don't go up top. No need to panic. The officers are inspecting the ship. There's been a minor incident. Everything's under control. You've never heard so many words that explain so little. You try to ask a question, but you're waved off. Just stay calm, sir, one says. Captain Smith will have it sorted presently. You glance toward the stairwell. It's now guarded. So you wait. The thing about being below deck is that information trickles slowly. Up in first class, passengers have already seen crew gathering near the lifeboats. They've felt the cold air sweep in as the forward hatch was opened. Some of them are asking questions directly to officers. Down here, you get hallway whispers and stewards with fixed smiles. But still, more people arrive. Children wrapped in shawls. Old men buttoning their coats. Young couples gripping each other's arms like handles. No one is shouting yet, but no one is laughing either. The floor tilts again. You notice it this time. A glass left on the table slides half an inch, then stops. Someone mentions lifeboats. Someone else says there aren't enough. You know that's true. You heard it days ago, a second-class man muttering about it. Only 16 boats and 4 collapsibles. Room for about 1,200 people. There are over 2,200 on board. You start to sweat, despite the cold. Then a steward reappears and speaks a few quiet words to another. That one's face changes, just slightly. His eyebrows rise. His jaw tightens. You see it. Then they both disappear. The room grows louder. Someone tries to climb the stairs. A steward blocks him. You can't go up yet, sir. Please remain here. Why? The man asks. Just orders. Is the ship sinking? I can't say, sir. Which is as close to yes as a steward is likely to get. You turn toward the stern, the third-class open-air deck. If the forward gangway is blocked, maybe the aft deck is clear. Maybe you can get higher. See something. You start walking. The corridors are narrower now, more crowded. People are standing in clumps, unsure of what to do. Children are crying. A few suitcases sit by doors, packed in a hurry. Then you see it. Water. Just a thin trickle, running from under a door. But cold and moving. You stop. Someone else sees it too and backs away. A steward rounds the corner, eyes widening slightly. Please return to your cabin, sir, he says. You don't. You turn and walk faster. Up another stairwell. This one leads to a door marked Crew Access. It's unlocked. You step through. And suddenly you're in second class. The difference is immediate. Painted walls, polished floors, better lighting. But it's still chaotic. Passengers in nightgowns and coats. Stewards hurrying without looking hurried. Voices that don't match their words. You find a porthole and press your face to the glass. And there it is. Ice. A ridge of it along the starboard hull, jagged and white under the night sky. It must have scraped the side. You can see marks in the steel. Nothing catastrophic looking. But then again, what would that look like from here? You hear someone say the ship has struck an iceberg, that she's taken on water, that the watertight compartments are filling, that the bulkheads only rise as high as E deck. You're on F. You turn and head toward the open decks. You need air. Answers. The stairwells are jammed now. People moving both ways. A child drops a doll and starts wailing. A man curses as he's jostled against the railing. You squeeze through. At last you reach the outer deck. The cold is immediate, real, brutal. Your breath becomes smoke. The sky is too clear. The sea too flat. The iceberg itself is drifting away, monstrous and silent. taller than the decks, pale as a tombstone. Crew members move quickly now. Officers shout, lifeboats are uncovered, ropes are tested. Women and children are ushered toward them. You stand to one side, watching. You are not called, you are not expected. The unsinkable ship has struck ice. And only now, standing in the cold, do you understand that things break. Even the things they swear cannot. Even this. You're not supposed to be here. Not on this deck. Not in this part of the ship. Not watching lifeboats being lowered in the dark. Ropes groaning under the weight of too few people and too much delay. But no one stops you now? Not really. Not anymore. Whatever invisible boundary once kept third-class passengers out of sight has dissolved into cold fog and confusion. The officers have stopped noticing who came from where. Or if they do, they're too busy with ropes and winches and quiet, practiced shouts. You pull your coat tighter. The cold bites harder up here. Not the shivering sort, but the heavy kind that slides into your sleeves and behind your ears. The sort of cold that can slow your thoughts if you're not careful. The deck is crowded but not chaotic. Not yet. You can see the panic blooming in small pockets. A sharp voice here, a trembling hand there, but it hasn't spread fully. Most people still believe this is temporary. They've been told to stay calm, and so they are. But you're starting to see the cracks. A steward stands by the railing, eyes fixed on nothing. He's not giving instructions anymore. He just waits, shoulders stiff. A woman clutches a child too old to carry and refuses to meet anyone's gaze. The child, oddly, looks bored. You make your way toward the lifeboats. Carefully, slowly, not running. You've learned that running draws attention. Walking with purpose, though, that gets you where you need to go. You pass a lifeboat that's half full, maybe 25 people in it, mostly women, a few children, one man who looks too stunned to explain how he got there. An officer barks, "Lower away," and the ropes creak. The boat dips, swings once, steadies, and begins to descend into blackness. That boat was meant to hold 65. You want to ask why they didn't fill it. You want to ask if that man will be forced to give up his seat in the water. You want to ask a lot of things, but no one is answering questions now. The officer closest to you turns and calls out, "Next boat! Women and children only!" People start to move, but no one moves quickly. There's something surreal about it. The ship is tilting, you can feel it, but the instructions still come like boarding announcements. Courteous, measured, as if panic has been ruled out by regulation. You hear someone say the time. It's just past midnight. 15 minutes since the iceberg. Or maybe 30. It's hard to tell anymore. Up here, under the stars, time feels dislocated. A young woman steps forward to the next lifeboat. She's in a thin dressing gown, her hair hastily tied in a ribbon. She carries a suitcase that can't possibly hold anything useful. A steward takes it gently from her and sets it aside. "You won't need that, miss," he says. She doesn't argue. More women follow. One sobs quietly. Another jokes. Something about the boat looking more stable than her second husband. No one laughs. But the attempt lingers in the air, like a prayer that misfired. A boy, maybe 10 years old, tries to follow his mother into the boat. The officer hesitates. "How old?" he asks. 10, she says. He nods. The boy is waved forward. The mother squeezes his hand like it's the last hand she'll ever hold. Another woman refuses to go without her husband. "If he stays, I stay," she says, planting her feet. The officer doesn't argue, just moves on to the next name. You edge closer, trying to look useful. Maybe if you offer to row. Maybe if you lie and say you're crew. Maybe if... Back, sir, the steward says firmly. Women and children only. I can row, you say. We've got oarsmen already. I'm crew, you lie. Then get below and help, he says, without blinking. You step back. You scan the crowd for someone. Anyone, you know. You spot Evan. He's across the deck, standing like a post, watching the lifeboats without blinking. The Donegal girl is with him, now wearing a scarf you don't remember her owning. She's staring down at the wooden planks beneath her feet. You catch their eyes. No one waves. Another lifeboat is filled. Slowly, methodically, lowered into the dark. The water swallows the sound. From somewhere behind, a flare goes up. It's brilliant. A burst of white that turns the night into a false morning. For a moment, everything is too bright. The fear on people's faces is visible, sharp and undeniable. Then the flare fades and the stars take over again. You hear someone ask if help is coming. No one answers. The flares are meant to be seen. Distress signals, fired skyward at regular intervals. But they look beautiful, almost theatrical, like a show. As if this whole thing might be a trick, a diversion, a test. But it isn't. You hear someone mention the Californian. Only 10 miles away, they say. They'll come. They must have seen the rockets. You want to believe them, but something deep in your stomach says otherwise. You inch along the deck. A different lifeboat is being uncovered. This one has collapsible canvas sides. One of the emergency boats, stored near the forward bridge. A crewman curses as he fights with a rope. His fingers are bare and red. You see a group of men arguing nearby. One gestures to a list, another waves him off. Orders are changing now. The ship is changing. Logic is thinning. A few passengers begin to push forward. Not violently. Not enough to call it a panic. But the urgency is visible now. People have waited patiently for over an hour. But the ship is tilting more. Water is coming in. And the boats are leaving. Half full, mostly empty. And no one is calling your name. You pass another gate. One that had been locked earlier in the voyage. It's open now. Hanging crooked. Someone forced it, maybe. Or maybe a crewman finally realised that gates don't float. A family rushes past you. Father, mother, 2 small children. The father pauses at the gangway. Go, he says, gently. The mother shakes her head. Please. She doesn't move. A steward walks by, sees the moment and nods slightly. The children are taken. The parents stay behind. You keep moving. At the next boat there's an argument. A man refuses to leave without his wife. A crewman insists she's been taken on the previous boat. How do you know? The man shouts. I don't, the crewman admits. And that's it. No further explanation. He walks away. The band plays still. They've moved closer to the entrance of the grand staircase. You can't see them, but you hear the melody. Steady, slow, not cheerful, not mournful, just steady, like a heartbeat, or a clock, or something pretending to be both. Someone says they played Autumn. Others say it was Nearer, My God to Thee. You can't tell. It sounds like the kind of music people hum while folding shirts. Another boat goes down. This one is fuller. Word has spread. The crew are more urgent. Fewer hesitations. Still no call for men. Still no place for you. So you wait. You are told, again, to stay calm. The sea does not calm. The ship continues to tilt. And the stars continue to shine indifferent and precise, as more lifeboats leave behind the lights. And you aren't entirely sure when the lifeboat stopped lowering. For a while, there had been a steady rhythm to it all. Officers calling out, stewards ushering women forward, the thump of wooden hulls being dragged into place and swung out over the sea, followed by the groaning pulse of ropes slowly lowering tiny bolts into the dark Atlantic. There was order of a kind. Not perfect, not fair, and certainly not equally applied, but it resembled something like procedure. And you had believed, in the quiet way people believe when they are trying not to panic, that eventually someone would point to you, maybe not immediately, maybe not warmly, and say, "You, now this way." And that you would climb in, shivering, stunned, but alive. That was the hope, silent and absurd, that kept you moving. But now the boats are gone. You realise it slowly, like someone waking up and forgetting what day it is. You look down the line of davits and see only rope ends, wooden brackets swinging empty in the night wind. The crewmen who once moved quickly now stand still. Some look dazed, some have vanished. The stewards who had guarded stairwells like watchmen are simply gone. The crowd around you murmurs but doesn't cry out. No one wants to say it out loud, not yet. As if naming it, saying, "There are no more boats," would trigger something final. But the knowledge spreads anyway, unspoken and unstoppable. Every second, the ship sinks deeper, and you begin to understand you have missed your chance. A collapsible boat is being worked on near the forward section, but even you can tell it's not going well. "Collapsible A," someone whispers. They're trying to unfasten it from the roof, but it wasn't designed to be launched like this, and the angle of the deck isn't helping. The bow is noticeably lower now. Water has reached the deckhouses forward. Everything that was straight is now slanted. People adjust their footing without comment, leaning slightly, instinctively bracing against the change, as if pretending they aren't on a sinking ship, but simply walking a steeper hill than usual. A kind of still, horrified dignity has settled in, at least for now. You see officers shouting at one another as they wrestle with ropes, canvas, and spars, trying to make the ungainly craft seaworthy in real time. They call for hands, for axes, for more men, but it's chaos. There are too many volunteers now, not enough space, and far too little structure. What could once have been managed, with order, with drills, with warning, has crumbled into instinct and noise. You step forward, trying to help, or maybe just trying to be near something useful. A man grabs one side of the boat and pulls. You take another corner, straining. Your fingers slip, cold and useless, and the canvas buckles in the middle. Someone yells to steady it. Another man, not a sailor, but a passenger, climbs in before the boat is ready. He's thrown out a moment later. There's no discipline now, only desperation. The boat creaks under uneven weight, and when someone tries to swing it outward toward the davits, a rope snaps. The canvas tears, flapping in the wind like a broken sail. It doesn't go over the side. It just lurches to one end and collapses in on itself. People step back, realizing the moment is lost. You move on. There's no lifeboat left to chase, but movement still feels like hope, and so you follow the current of the crowds. The slope of the deck is undeniable now. You have to step carefully, holding the railings to maintain balance. The wind picks up, dragging at your coat. You see a woman fall, not hard, but awkwardly. and another person helps her up without speaking. The formality of earlier has disappeared. Everyone is doing what they can for the person directly in front of them, nothing more. There is no longer time for order, for stations, for distinctions of ticket class. At least not here, at the edge of the ship where everything tilts and nothing remains to be done. You pass what's left of Collapsible B, still tied to the roof of the officers' quarters. It hasn't even been moved yet. A few men are trying to untie it, but it looks hopeless. The ship is angled too sharply, and their footing is bad. The canvas is stiff with salt and ice. A rope gives way, and it slams against the roof with a hollow thud. One man slips and slides down the slanted wall before catching a pipe and hauling himself back up. You don't know whether to help or keep going. You keep going. Behind you, a man cries out. You turn to look and see someone climbing over the railing. A few people try to stop him, but he kicks free and leaps, a clean, hopeless arc, vanishing into the black. A splash follows, then nothing. No cry for help, just silence. Someone says something in a language you don't recognize. A woman starts sobbing quietly without drama. At the stern, the crowd has thickened. Dozens of people have already made their way aft, climbing slowly, awkwardly, as the deck tilts higher. The stern is the highest place left. There is nowhere else to go. A young boy near you is asking where the rest of his family went. No one answers. A man wraps his coat around the boy's shoulders. The boy sits down and starts to sing softly to himself. From somewhere midship comes a deep groan, metal on metal, a sound of failure. The ship is breaking, not just flooding. The hull, strained and twisted by the uneven weight of thousands of tons of water pressing down on the forward compartments, is giving way. The bulkheads were supposed to hold. That's what you were told. She could stay afloat with 4 compartments flooded, but 5 went under. 6, maybe. You can't remember now. You press your hand to the rail and feel it vibrating. A living, dying thing. Someone near you starts praying aloud. Others follow. Hail Marys, Paternosters, verses half remembered and mumbled into sleeves. A group huddles near the second funnel, whispering to each other, arms locked. A steward walks past you, pale as salt, holding a length of rope in one hand and nothing in the other. He looks around, then kneels down and begins to tie something, not as a sailor would, but as a man trying to feel useful in the last hour of the world. The lights flicker, and then finally they go out. The ship is in darkness now. Utter, final, complete. No lanterns, no floodlights. No gentle glow from the salon windows. Just starlight and the pale sheen of frost on the deck. The wind rushes louder in your ears. You try to see your hands. You can't. Then the stern lifts sharply. Not a lurch, but a steady, terrible rise. You're pulled backward by gravity. People around you fall. You drop to your knees, grabbing the base of a davit to keep from sliding. Voices rise in pitch. Not all screaming, but all strained, stretched. You hear the sound of objects crashing down the tilted deck. Luggage, deck chairs, coal scuttles, bodies. One man tumbles past, arms outstretched, catching nothing. You close your eyes as he vanishes over the edge. The ship groans again, louder this time. A long, ripping sound, deep in the core. It's breaking, really breaking now. Not just twisting, but splitting. You can feel it in your feet, your ribs, your teeth. Steel surrendering to the ocean. You climb. Slowly. Painfully. Hands shaking on the rail. Boots slipping on frozen wood. You don't think anymore. You just move. Upward. Always upward, to the very tail of the stern, to the last high point on the last high place on this enormous, dying ship. And then, without warning, the stern surges upward. The deck goes vertical. The ship is standing. You cling to the railing as the people beside you scream, fall, vanish. The wind whistles past your ears. You feel your grip failing, your arms burning. The sea is so close now, not beneath you, but beside you, curling up like a curtain drawn too high. And then you fall. You don't remember choosing to. You just let go. And the ship, once a marvel, once a miracle, once a palace of steel and lights and confidence, continues down without you into the cold, dark sea. The first thing you feel is not cold, it's violence. The ocean doesn't embrace you, it punches, it seizes, it claws the breath from your lungs before you've even surfaced. One moment you're on the ship, clinging to the stern, boots skidding on vertical planks, arms wrapped around freezing rail. The next, you're in the sea. No warning, no preparation, no elegance. Just sudden, brutal impact and the all-consuming realization that you are no longer on something. You are in something, and it wants you. You sink. It's not deep, not yet. The stern hadn't finished rising when you let go. But it's enough. Your limbs flail, desperate for direction. Your coat, heavy with cold Atlantic spray, drags you downward. Your shoes feel like anchors. You don't remember opening your mouth, but it's full of water now. Salt, oily soot, and something else. Something metallic and old. The taste of a ship dying. You break the surface, gasping. Around you the water is churning. People are screaming. Some are silent. Arms flail in the dark, grasping at nothing. You feel someone collide with you. Shoulder, elbow, then nothing. Someone else grabs your coat, then slips away. You tread water, barely, but the shock is winning. Your heart races, your lungs burn, but your body is slowing. The cold, 28 degrees Fahrenheit, just below freezing, begins its quiet work. You don't shiver. Not yet. That comes later. First, you just slow down. You look back. Titanic still looms, but only for a moment. The stern, once towering above, now shudders. Is upright, impossibly vertical. But even that is ending. You watch as the last funnel cracks free with a terrible metallic shriek and falls toward the water. It misses you by what feels like yards. A wave surges as it hits, flinging you backward. For a moment, you're underwater again. This time you don't fight as hard. Not because you're calm, but because your limbs are already forgetting how to move. When you rise again, the ship is going, not sinking, gone. The stern slips beneath with astonishing speed. One moment it's there, iron, wood, angles, shadows, and the next it's swallowed whole. No splash, no fireworks, just a long, groaning descent into silence. The Titanic, the unsinkable ship, the pride of an empire, the floating city of lights and excess, is beneath the waves. And you are alone, not truly alone, not yet. Around you, hundreds are still afloat. Some are calling names. Others scream wordless things. Prayers, apologies, curses, pleas. You recognize none of them. Their voices blend into one rising chorus, carried on the frozen wind. Some are already silent. They float like wreckage, their heads barely above water, limbs slack. Most aren't moving. A few paddle weakly toward anything that floats. Chairs, boards, a waterlogged canvas boat flipped upside down. You start to swim. You don't remember deciding to, but you do. Your arms are numb, but they still obey. You kick, though you can't feel your feet. Somewhere to your left, you spot a dark shape. Flat, uneven, occupied. A collapsible boat, overturned, with men perched on its sides like birds on a log. You aim for it. Not because it looks inviting. It doesn't. It looks awful. Overcrowded, wet, nearly sinking. But it's not water. And that's enough. The swim is short, maybe 15 yards. It feels like a mile. Every stroke burns. You can't tell if your muscles are working or if the sea is simply pushing you along. At one point, you slip under again. When you come up, the stars seem brighter, harsher, like they're watching. You make a noise. Not a word, just a sound. And finally a hand grabs your coat. You're hauled onto the side of the raft. Not fully, there's no room, but enough to get your head out of the water. Your legs dangle in the sea, dragging like kelp. You heave, cough, retch. The man who pulled you up doesn't speak. None of them do. At least 20 are perched here, sitting ankle to ankle along the curved hull of the overturned collapsible. Officer Lightoller is among them. You recognise his cap. He gives quiet instructions, pointing toward a tighter configuration. Keep balance, he says once. Keep breathing, he says again. That's all. The boat sinks lower with every new arrival. At one point, a man tries to climb all the way on, and the whole thing nearly flips. Screams rise again. Lightoller shouts, "Stay off the top!" The man is pushed back into the water. No one helps him up again. You cling to a rope line, chest heaving. The cold is unbearable now. Not sharp, but hollow. Inside your bones. You feel your thoughts slowing, memories coming unbidden. Your sister in Queenstown, waving from the top. The man in the bunk beside you, snoring like a sawmill. The deck chair that creaked when you leaned too far back. The warmth of a cup of tea somewhere, on some earlier day. You realise you may never feel warm again. Time passes strangely. Somewhere behind you, a man cries out, "We must go back." Others echo him, "Back to the people! They're drowning!" But the voice that answers is flat. "We'll swamp the boats." Another voice. "We wait. Then we return." You can't see them. The real life boats. The upright ones that left earlier. But they're nearby, just out of reach. Most are not full. Some have only a dozen aboard, floating in boats meant for 60. But the sea is full of hands now. If they go back too soon, they'll be overturned. So they wait. The cries in the dark grow fewer. One by one, the voices fade. The splashes stop. The sea goes still. You look out and realise the stars are reflected perfectly now. No waves, no wind, no motion at all. The only thing that moves is your breath, fogging faintly in front of you. The raft shifts beneath you. Someone has died. The weight redistributes. No one says anything. You hold on tighter. Your arms burn, but you don't let go. Not because you're strong, but because you've forgotten how to do anything else. Lightoller keeps the group balanced. He rotates people. Makes them shift to avoid tipping. Someone falls off and doesn't come back up. Another says nothing, just slips away into the dark. You stop asking who's still here. It no longer matters. You try to count the stars. You lose track. You try again. It doesn't help. Eventually, in the distance, you hear a sound. Oars. At first you think it's in your head. But then the sound grows clearer. A rhythm. Not fast, but deliberate. Controlled. A voice calls out, "Is anyone alive?" You almost laugh. The voice again. "Is anyone there?" Then you see it. A lantern, swinging. Then another. A boat. Real. Upright. Near. They've come back. The boat pulls alongside. Hands reach out. Names are asked. Someone lifts you by the arms. You don't help. You can't. You're dragged over the side like a sack. You land in the bottom of the lifeboat with a thud. No one scolds you, no one cheers. Someone wraps you in a coat. Another gives you a sip of brandy. You cough it out. You're among the lucky ones. And yet, as the boat turns and rows toward the horizon, you look back one last time. The sea is flat, utterly still. And where the Titanic once stood, where 46,000 tons of steel met the Atlantic, there is only night. You awaken not in the sea, not on the lifeboat, but in a place that feels unreal. A wooden deck beneath your body, hard but unmoving. A low voice speaking beside you in an accent you don't recognise. You feel warmth, not true heat, but the absence of freezing. Then light. Too much of it.